put it on. Once again, I shall kill it in love. Still, I'm now done, I get done, I'm the one I go take, I'm the waiting I love. Waiting you love, oh. Now the waiting I love, oh. Waiting I love, I go do one with all my heart, oh. Oh, kokoro no be vodka. Be some money ginger. But don't I know the waste time. Be some money ginger.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Karatuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimo eguma wego. Karatuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimo eguma wego. Obodo jisike nubo seruna. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de fugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa nefo ya banye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna toga bu.
Okay now.
To person between my bed.
I see.
I see what I don't really forget, man.
Okay.
I want you to feel. I'm not getting my mama said, I want to go. I got no mamma Jelumba, or where would he get? I got you to never tell one more.
Ejemini ekebo Akobi ewe ayo Ewe tumeje Itun lo ni ọtún ẹṣe Ifá lo ni kan fa ìmọ́ra Àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ Gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà Gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ Orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu Gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ Ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ Wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ Akọni wọ́n bá lọ bèbèrè Wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù Wọ́n wọ́n bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jòyè aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́. Ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ, wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàkàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé. Àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́, Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Ọkọ̀ Olúrẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run dákun.
And there it is right there. Oh, that thing's completely cut my head off. So there it is right there. Oloma Padaleye, may God never depart from you. So amen to that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? I wondered if I should have actually started off with Happy Independence Day. So of course, a moment in time for the Nigerian state, of course. Nigeria now fully a middle-aged man, you know. So there it is. 64 years of being an independent state. So there it is. Independence Day still, at least still an hour more of that Independence Day where I am. But so there it is. The journey so far, how we started, where we are, all of that up for discussion. So yeah, good day to you. Good to be your company. How are you? So we do that. The usual protocol, click on the like button. Just as I'm inviting you to do it, do it. So click on the like button. If you're not already subscribed, please do that as well. If you want to come and join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation. So if you want to come and join, all of these voices that you hear all of the time, they did nothing but simply click on that like button and up they popped into the studio. So if you want to be a voice in the conversation that we have routinely, then click on that hyperlink, come join us on the screen. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the screen. Share the link as widely as you can. Spread it just to near and far quarters, so that our reach can expand. So that is your contribution to the mission. You know, we started off with the ambition of hitting 100,000 subscribers this year. That seems like it seems so ridiculous now as a thought. But then, of course, never say never and never give up spirit and all that. So that journey still, if you want to take us on that journey to that 100, which we should have hit already, by the way. So if you want to take us on that journey to 100,000 subscribers, the first step on that journey is your subscription. So click on subscribe and click on like as well. So those are two things you can do. And it's at no cost, you know. It doesn't go into your wallet and lift a note, you know. So it doesn't go into your wallet and lift a note. But what does go into your wallet and lift a note is the $sign at the bottom of the what is Diwali writing there? So Diwali pop on the screen, so you can come and keep me company. So what does lift $1 from your wallet is the $sign at the bottom of the YouTube screen. So click on that super chat. We anticipate 5 minimum super chats per stream. So if you feel inclined, do it. You are under no pressure to do it, by the way. I just mentioned it as part of the routinous things that I do. So you are under no compulsion to do it, but you are invited to do it if you are inclined to do it. So all those things, like, share, subscribe, hyperlink that says StreamYard, all of those things. So do all of those things. Shall we just kick it off? Why don't we? So let's just kick it off and then we see where it lands. Independence Day today, by the way. So Tinubu gave a broadcast, which I've tried twice to listen to, but I couldn't really see any outtake out of it. It just really recited all that he often recites in all of these speeches that he makes. Anytime he appears on television, it will tell you about the student loan scheme. It will tell you about the debt that has been paid off. It told you that, and by the way, those are sizable achievements. We can't just derisively cast them aside as a non-event. Those are sizable achievements, by the way, but we take them for granted. The students' loan scheme is actually a quantum leap within the Nigerian space. It's a paradigm shift in terms of how education is going to be run, and it guarantees accessibility if it's run properly. So that's a sizable achievement right there. Clearing the ways and means, all of the monies that Buhari stole, he paid it back into the national coffers. So that's a sizable achievement right there. The debt servicing ratio, which was nearly it was almost 100% under Buhari, wasn't it? They were using 90-something% of the country's revenue to service debt. And if we had Buhari for an additional 2 years, we would have been borrowing to service debt, or we were already borrowing to service debt anyway, but we still had revenues that sort of tipped over the debt. But they were using 90-something% of revenue to service debt. He was able to reduce that to the mid-60s thereabouts. So those are sizable achievements. And by the way, whisper it quietly, but electricity dependability in Nigeria has gone up by 40%. Don't take my word for it. Phone somebody in Lagos, somebody that you know is honest. Phone them in Lagos, and they will tell you that the electricity is getting increasingly more predictable and reliable. So those are all sides. And insecurity has been battled to a 60% stranglehold, all within a year and a half. If you look at the wave of insecurity we were having barely 2 years ago to what we're now having now, where you had, I'm sure it's still at an alarmingly worrying level even now. So I'm not disparaging on trying to play down just the level of insecurity we have in that country. It's still at an alarming and an unacceptable level, but certainly nowhere near the levels that we had under Buhari, where it was like a killing field for 8 years. So that's somewhat it's been managed to a certain degree. So there's that. So there's a lot that this guy has achieved. But the most important thing really is to improve the standard of living of the people. And that really, so is food security, accessibility to healthcare, education, all of those, you know the key area. So that now the next now leap. So Tinubu now, his Independence Day speech, is this his second one? I suspect not, but we're not going to play the clip, by the way, because it spoke for about 20-something minutes, and like I said, I watched it twice, but it was a tedious watch, so I'm not going to suffer you that. But we just hopefully a lot of you would have gotten a lot of the outtakes from it, so we can wrap conversations around that. And by the way, if you do want the conversation, you do have to come and join. So let me send the link again. Anybody that wants the conversation, jump into the studio. So if you want the conversation, hop into the studio. So let's go to it. It's just let's look at it from Renu Omokri's perspective, and then we move on. Right, Tinubu's 64th Independence Day speech. So this is Renu Omokri, who has suffered to listen to it. So let's see what he makes of it. The president started his speech by showing empathy. So yes, this seems to be how Tinubu often starts his speech. I feel your pain sort of seems to be the starting phrase. The president started his speech by showing empathy, saying he understands the challenges Nigerians face as his administration returns the economy and devolve. What does it mean, returns the economy? That doesn't even make any sense as a phrase. The president started his speech by showing empathy, saying he understands the challenges Nigerians face as his administration returns the economy and devolves power. It was a commendable start to his Independence Day speech. President Tinubu fessed up to the country's mistakes and talked about how he and his government would address them by going into the let me just start that just sounds like rubbish, doesn't it? Let me just start again. The president started his speech by showing empathy, saying he understands the challenges Nigerians face as his administration returns the economy and devolves power. It was a commendable start to his Independence Day speech. President Tinubu fessed up, that is to confess up. He's trying to still be down with the case. I think he's 50 plus, so no mockery. President Tinubu fessed up to the country's mistakes and talked about how he and his government would address them by going into details of the progress they have made in the last 16 months. He gave Nigerians and our international partners some relief and confidence about the future. I quite like how he tied the improvement in security to agriculture, especially in the north, and how farmers are beginning to return to farms in places where terror hindered their activities, and by speaking in particular about how he will give hope to the people of Borno State as they face additional flooding issues. He gave the people of Borno confidence to face the future, talking about how his government has reduced the debt service ratio from 97% to mid-60s, as well as paying the backlog of forex debts to foreign direct investors, whilst at the same time increasing our foreign reserve will definitely excite investors and is likely to spur more FDI in Nigeria. The emphasis on CNG vehicles as an alternative means to PMS is positive. The president ought to have gone into more detail on this to give Nigerians further hope. He should have given specific numbers of how many vehicles have been introduced and how many more his government plan to introduce, and maybe commend Innocent Vehicle for buying into this mission, into this vision, and a bit more detail. The National Youth Conference is a pleasant surprise to last 30 days. This will reinvigorate patriotism and commitment amongst our youth. This is perhaps the best part of the speech. The president pulled a special rabbit out of his hat. He says the selection of delegates will be announced soon. We hope and pray that it will be done in conjunction with credible youth groups. Kudos to Mr. President. So I think those are I think those are essentially the outtakes of Tinubu's speech. So it's just it cannot speak to anything else other than to speak to the language of hope. So it's to the language of hope that he spoke. So he spoke to the language of hope. So Nigeria turns 35, but how has the journey been so far? That is the question. Nigeria turns 35, but how has that journey been so far? So let's pick it up from the beginning. So a story, of course, starts from page 1. So let's time portal back to the page 1 of the Nigerian state and then walk that journey 64 steps. So this is where it all began. Watch this.
1960 October, now the battle is over. This is the date we've been waiting to celebrate. Nigeria is free. Balewa,
free.
Azikwe,
free.
Our law was a downer.
Nigeria is free.
The Independence Calypso. Miss Independence is chosen and admired The magic word is everywhere as the capital city of Lagos goes gay with decorations arranged by the man who decorates our own Regent Street for Christmas. It's self-government free from slogans, a time for celebration, not recrimination. Half a century of British rule ended at midnight on September the 30th. The ceremony is over, the celebrations can begin. The state ball, a glittering occasion, a great gathering of Nigeria's leaders and their guests from many parts of the world, but marked by that capacity for easy informality which the princess clearly shares with the people of Nigeria. High life on a very high level. But all over the new country now, Nigerians on every level begin their own celebrations with floats and festivals, parades and processions, acrobats and dancing. In the north, as you'll see, the traditional charge of a horseman.
All right, so that was ground zero of the Nigerian state. That was when the story started. But who straddles the horse first? So now let me bring you a clip of Tafawa Balewa, who was the first, essentially the first president of the Nigerian state. I thought we ran Westminster sort of a system back in those days, but to all intents and purposes, he was the first president of the Nigerian state. But what strikes me anytime that I look at clips from that era, what strikes me the most is just how eloquent they were. You know, they spoke proper English then. Just the crispness of it is just astounding. This is Tafawa Balewa speaking like a prince from Buckingham Palace.
That being able to leave your country within only 2 or 3 days of its independence is a sign of confidence in the administration you leave behind.
Well, everything is, I think I would say, though people say nothing is perfect, but I think everything is perfect at home. We haven't got any trouble whatsoever.
Well, the same, unfortunately, can hardly be said for the United Nations. Do you hope to be speaking to the General Assembly yourself?
I hope to, yes.
I don't know whether you noticed a remark made by Mr. Nehru the other day, that when a neutral country joins a neutral bloc, it ceases to be neutral.
Exactly. I entirely agree with him. I told reporters in Lagos the same thing yesterday evening. They said, well, what about the neutralist group? I said, well, they are committed.
So what kind of neutralism do you envisage? You really think it's going to be possible?
I don't like this idea of neutrality. I don't like the word, you know. I think it's the wrong word.
How do you hope to maintain your real independence of the political world?
We want to pursue an independent view.
So there it is right there. It's just quite impressive how eloquent he is or was, you know. And they all spoke like that, by the way, especially the Northerners. If you see a Northerner that is well educated, they speak the best English in Nigeria. You know, not that English is a standard of measure of anything, but if you meet a well-educated Northerner, especially British educated, they speak the best English in Nigeria, the absolute best. So there it is. That's Tafawa Balewa, your first prime minister. But still in keeping with that memory lane theme. So still in keeping with that memory lane theme, watch this.
A closer look at Nigeria since independence. Now that Nigeria is 64, we reflect on the journey of a country filled with triumphs and struggles. The bright green and white flag raised in 1960 still carries the hopes of the whole nation, hopes that in many ways are still waiting to be fulfilled. Welcome back to Naija News TV as we take a closer look at Nigeria since independence. The future looked bright when Nigeria became independent from the British rule in 1960. Many Nigerians in 1960s would think Nigeria's independence is the real freedom. The country was rich in natural resources and full of potential. People believed Nigeria would soon become great and prosperous. Leaders like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, and Obafemi Awolowo had big plans for a united country where different groups would work together for the common good. However, the path to success proved much more challenging than anyone expected. Soon after independence, tensions between different regions and ethnic groups began to surface. In 1966, just 6 years after becoming free, Nigeria experienced its first military takeover of the government. This event marked the beginning of a difficult period in the country's history. From 1967 to 1970, Nigeria faced a devastating civil war. The southeastern region tried to break away and form a new country called Biafra. The war lasted 3 painful years and left deep scars on Nigeria's national identity. The image of starving children shocked the world, and the effect of this conflict would shape Nigeria's future for decades. After the war, Nigeria tried to rebuild under the leadership of General Yakubu Gowon. Then, in 1970s, something happened that seemed like a stroke of luck. Nigeria discovered it had large amounts of oil. This oil boom brought sudden wealth to the country. Tall buildings increased in Lagos, and big projects were started all over Nigeria. It looked like the country was on its way to becoming an economic powerhouse. But this new wealth turned out to be a mixed blessing. Instead of bringing prosperity to everyone, it led to widespread corruption and mismanagement. How did having so much oil end up causing hardship for most Nigerians instead of making their lives better? Over the years, Nigeria has gone back and forth between military rule and civilian government. In 1993, there was a presidential election that many people thought was free and fair. Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola was expected to win. However, the military government cancelled the results, throwing the country into crisis. Many Nigerians still wonder how things might have been different if that election had been allowed to stand. Today, in 2024, life in Nigeria differs from what people hoped for in 1960. Many university graduates can't find jobs, and dreams nurtured in school often crash against the realities of a struggling economy. The gap between rich and poor has grown wider, and basic necessities are becoming luxuries for many families. The value of Nigeria's currency, the naira, keeps changing, making life unpredictable for ordinary people. As food prices go up, many families find it hard to put meals on their table. These challenges have led many Nigerians to leave the country, looking for better opportunities in Europe and other parts of the world. But this brain drain comes with its own risk and uncertainties, which can make it harder for Nigeria to develop. Corruption remains a big problem. Too often, public money meant for development ends up in private pockets. This leaves regular citizens wondering what hope there is for their children's future. The current situation is far from what Nigeria's founding fathers imagined. They dreamed of a country united in purpose, where everyone's needs were considered important. Today's political landscape often focused on personal gain, and short-term thinking seems very different from those original ideals. Despite these challenges, the spirit of Nigeria remains strong. There's a fire in the heart of its people, a deep love for their country, and a belief that things can get better. This resilience has helped Nigeria through its darkest times and might be its greatest strength. There are some positive developments too. Nigeria has seen growth in the areas like telecommunications and entertainment. Nollywood, Nigeria's film industry, has become the second largest in the world, showing Nigerian creativity to global audiences. However, problems like environmental damage in the Niger Delta, conflicts between different groups, and the threats of extremist organizations like Boko Haram, unknown gunmen, and bandits continue to test the country's unity. It is important to recognize that some people in government are trying to make things better, even if the results aren't always what people hope for. But for the average Nigerian, each day brings its own set of challenges, from unreliable power supply to inadequate healthcare, from poor road networks to struggling educational institutions. Looking back on 64 years of independence, it is clear that many of the hopes of 1960 haven't been realized yet. The people who fought for freedom probably never imagined that their grandchildren would still be dealing with many of the same issues. Nigeria's abundance of natural resources and talented people stands in sharp contrast to the poverty and lack of development in much of the country. It's a puzzle that shows how complex Nigeria's challenges are. A nation with so much wealth, yet so many people in need. As we stand here in 2024, the difference between Nigeria in 1960 and today is clear. The dreams of independence have been passed down like a bittersweet inheritance from one generation to the next. But there is also a growing understanding that real change can only come when all Nigerians work together. The story of Nigeria isn't over. Every day, Nigerians are working to build a better country. They believe that if everyone
all right, so that's the journey so far. So that's the journey essentially from independence till date. Let me acknowledge actually the person that actually did that video. It was just something that somebody sent in. I don't even know. I don't know who actually did it, but just the level of editing and work that went into that. So kudos to the person that did that. But that's the journey of the Nigerian state so far. It's been a complex journey, but it's landed us where we are now. You know, for good, for bad, some progress made. A lot of people will argue that regression, it seems to be more than the progress. But nevertheless, you cannot. Nigeria is making quantum leaps, but quietly. It's only because of the noise that we hear all of the time that doesn't leave the room for the good news to come through. You know that the country is being, the whole country is being linked up by a rail service. We all know that, but we don't celebrate that enough. We don't acknowledge it. Oh, should we have done it a long time ago? Yes. Are we doing it now? Yes. But the country with Lagos-Ibadan railway service it's been there for so long now. People take it for granted. The Kaduna to Abuja one, they've been using it for what? Going on for maybe even 5 years now. So I think it was Goodluck Jonathan that completed that. So that would have been about 6 years ago now that's been in service. The second Niger bridge, that's already in place, and the first Niger bridge has been fixed as well. So the country is being interlinked with a myriad of infrastructural, transportational networks, but we don't acknowledge that. Because we will, Nigerians love, they love to moan and groan and complain and cast aspersions, corruption. I was actually seeing a headline earlier on today. It wasn't strong enough of a story to bring in. El Rufai swearing on the Quran that he didn't loot Kaduna State coffer. So I don't believe him, of course, but it's easier to believe that he looted than to prove that he did. So it's just, there's a lot of progress being made in that country. Whether you acknowledge it or not, whether you like it or not, whether it's enough or not, and I will agree with that the progress being made in that country is not enough. But to say that progress is not being made is to go against, it's counter logic and counter fact. It's factually the case that progress is being made. It is being made. Anytime people go back home, they see vast improvements. I saw one of those girls from the Sahara Reporters table. She's a big YouTuber now. I can't quite remember her name. She did a video on a new sparkling airport that looked like from the abroad in Nigeria. So nobody will celebrate that. The rebuilding of certain terminals in the Lagos-Ibadan, not the Lagos-Ibadan, the Lagos airport, the what is it? Murtala Mohammed International. The rebuilding of certain wings there. Nobody is celebrating that. This Dangote refinery, a global phenomenon. People are trying to. So we like to complain, just for all of those mix of ethnic jingoism, unhealthy rivalry, dislike and distrust. So all of those things prevent us from acknowledging quantum leaps being made. But by the time those leaps come together, it'll be undeniable that a lot of people actually celebrate Nigerians, but a lot of them are foreigners. Go ask the average Black American about Nigeria, and they will tell you that that is a country of his dreams. So there it is, a country of his dreams, but still on the theme of the naysayers, as Tinubu celebrates with the rest of Nigeria the 64th independence anniversary of that country. Omoyele Sowore, of course, he tries to put a dampener on it. So let's have a little bit of a feel of how Sowore celebrated the Independence Day. Watch this. So there it is right there. So Sowore reverting back to type, luta continua, but Victoria never asserta. Luta continua, that's Latin, of course. Luta is the struggle, continua is continue, Victoria is victory, asserta is certain. So that's the mantra that we know Sowore for. Luta continua, Victoria asserta, that's Latin. But luta may continue, his struggle may continue, but we hope that Sowore doesn't get victory because his battle is not for the Nigerian state. I've always maintained that, and I thought I was an anomalous voice in that space until I heard this guy. Watch this.
Filling station now, and say because you're a member of APC or PDP, they will sell fuel for you at old price. It's not possible. So this thing affects every Nigerian, and that is our concern. When we declared this protest, Sowore and Co were not there. As we were hungry, they kept agitating for their political interest. It has been like that ever since election after election. But this hunger of a thing was our own cry out that we want to express our feelings. And we came online and expressed it, and it touched the whole Nigerians. And we realized many other people too are affected. And everybody too came down. So a situation where somebody have now turned this protest to something organized by Take It Back, it's an hijack. This is a complete hijack of this protest. Let us go back to the basis. And what happened after you hijacked it? The President Tinubu came and made a very watery speech to us. And we saw the only thing that is a take home in his speech is that he will open room for dialogue. You didn't dialogue with him, you went to the US. Only for you to come back a few days for this one and start organizing it under AAC, under Take It Back and other. There's nothing like fearless. We were never afraid since we came. I did the first protest of this demonstration on the 29th and declared 1st to 10th. I didn't bring anti-court. I'm the national leader of anti-court in the whole Nigeria. I didn't bring anti-court with. None of those things put food on our table in our family. So the position is this. This is not a Take It Back movement protest. We are calling for dialogue. And the president has said he wants to dialogue. And you have refused to dialogue with us. This is an avenue for you again. We are here for dialogue and not riots. Forget as it come. Anybody carry the banner he likes. Anybody wear the cap. You can even wear PDP, APC, whatever you belong. It's none of our business. But this is not politics. So, we want dialogue. And the president should dialogue with us. We went peacefully now to Alausa. And the police there do not allow us to express our feelings that they dispersed us. Some of us have to be running at Tasketa until we stood our ground. And it was because it was on a live video that made them now so pedal. So you can imagine such intimidation. When some people are already blackmailing that it's going to look like violence. You don't need to speak the word. You are speaking to us. There are some languages we understand. When you are in position of power, speak those good languages to us, not violence. This is not Sowore'S cause. Sowore is not hungry as we are. He is contesting for presidency and all those things, trying to change Nigeria. We understand. But this is a very serious thing. We don't want anybody to start taking advantage of our situation to be cashing out anything.
Okay, your name, please.
My name is Kekere Ekun Conferred, popularly known as Aluta.
Aluta, which of the organizations do you represent?
The Anti-Court Alliance Movement.
Okay.
I'm the national leader of Anti-Court.
No, but here now, who are you representing?
Yes, we are not we are Nigerians. We are many than all of them. We are not NLC. I am not NLC. I'm not we are Nigerians. We have our rights. We are the one expressing our interest. Nobody should come and bamboozle us because they are popular and have money. If we don't have money, we'll try our best.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. What I see is that the agitation for an end to hunger, hardship, and bad governance in Nigeria is a Nigerian thing. It's not an individual thing. It's not a political party thing. It's not just a mere pressure group each, because it's a peaceful protest. We want to advise that police will do their job diligently by identifying people who are troublemakers and people. And see the way we were stopped, we were disturbed and harassed. So you can imagine we peaceful protesters being treated like that. So, and again, number two, this protest continue until the government come to a round table talk. And if you feel it is those politicians you'll be discussing with, you are still not speaking with Nigerians. Speak the language you understand. We know you said you feel as we are feeling. No, you don't know how it pinches. We want to tell you how it pinches. Okay. You have been in government for donkey years. You can never feel what I feel.
All right, so there it is. So that's an Aluta comrade right there. There's a lot to be unpacked from what that guy said. So what he's saying essentially is that Sowore is an opportunistic interloper. That's essentially what. So I'm not even trying to use big words, but that's what best describes it. What he's saying essentially, which is something I've always tried to infer on this platform, is that essentially that Sowore is an opportunistic interloper. So he said, and I concur, that Sowore's interest is not really, Sowore doesn't really care if you starve or you don't. When did Sowore start caring about the plight of the Nigerian person? Well, it's a millionaire under American payroll. You know, it's even a dollar millionaire. So what does he care about your plight? How does he even identify with it? Does he know the price of Gario? It doesn't give an FUCK about your plight. It doesn't give a fuck, you know? So it doesn't care. You are just essentially tools in the hands of powers bigger than you. So let's just even have this conversation. You are essentially tools in the hands of powers that are bigger than you. And that is the lot of the Nigerian person. You are essentially tools in the hands of powers that are bigger than you. And Sowore is one of those powers. So what they are doing essentially is just to try and they are leveraging you. Somebody leverages you from the right, somebody leverages you from the left, but ultimately it's the battle for supremacy between left and right. So Sowore is left of the ideological divide. Somebody like Tinubu, he is right of the ideological divide. And the contention for power has always been an interlock, not even an interlock, but a coming together of heads between the ideological divide, the left and the right. So, and what they use for that power battle is the masses. The left will tell you that the left, so if you want to know the left, sort of like a socialist, Soviet style, Karl Marx sort of mindset. So that's the left. So that's the left. And then the right is like a capitalist. If you look at the royal family of England, for instance, you can use that somewhat as an example of the right. So that's the right. So, and that's the ideological divide. And what they do, the left will tell you that the resources of the state should be for the common good, so that nobody is left behind. And then the right will tell you that they will create wealth so that you can be independently wealthy. And that's the conflation of it all. And then the left will tell you that look at the right, they are living large because the right, traditionally, they are an elitist, oligarchical sort of space. That is the right of the ideological divide. They are an elitist, oligarchical sort of a space. Intellectual princes, dukes, chiefs, barons, etc. So that's usually the demography of the right. And the left, they are sort of a Lutherist, sort of like Che Guevara, like Bobby Wine in Uganda. Omoyele Uchore tries to give the inflection of being left of center, but it's not really ideologically driven. But ultimately, those dividing, those conflicting power tussle divides, they leverage the masses as the tool to either gain or retain power. And that is essentially what it is. So you are nothing but a tool. You are nothing like a spanner in the hands of a mechanic. It will use it to tighten that knot and then throw it away and then look for it whenever it needs it again. So you're nothing but a tool in the hand. Are you dumb enough to think Sowore'S is after your betting? Don't be silly. Don't be silly. It doesn't give an FUCK about you. Doesn't give a fuck about you. But let's carry on. Tinubu to confer national honors on Akpabio, Kekere Ekun. So they are handing out these national honors like confetti. President Bola Tinubu will soon confer national honors on Senate President Godswill Akpabio and Kudirat Kekere Ekun, Chief Justice of Nigeria CJN, Tajuddin Abbas, Speaker of the House of Representatives Barau Jibrin, Deputy Senate President, and Benjamin Kalu, Deputy Speaker of the House, will also be recipients of national honors, whilst Akpabio and Kekere Ekun will be conferred with the Grand Commander. Is that not the highest honor? That's the highest honor, isn't it? I thought the Grand Commander was only the purview of presidents. I thought it was only presidents that got the Grand Commander of the Order of Niger. Whilst Akpabio and Kekere Ekun will be conferred with the Grand Commander of the Order of Niger, Abbas and Jibrin will get Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. The Deputy Speaker will receive the Commander of the Order of Niger, CON. Tinubu made the announcement during his Independence Day anniversary broadcast on Tuesday. The Senate President and the Chief Justice of the Federation have been conferred with the honor of Grand Commander of the Order of Nigeria, GCON. So actually, let me read it to the end and then we'll run commentaries on that. I'm not quite sure I'm happy with that. The Senate President and the Chief Justice of the Federation have been conferred with the honor of Grand Commander of the Order of Nigeria, GCON, Tinubu said. The Deputy Senate President and Speaker of the House of Representatives have the honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR, whilst the Deputy Speaker of the House has been awarded Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON. No date has been announced for the formal ceremony of the conferment of the titles. Kekere Ekun was recently confirmed by the Senate as the 23rd CJN and sworn into office by the president. So I don't really care about whatever is given to Benjamin Kalu or not, but I care for the Grand Commander of the Order of Nigeria because by my understanding, that is the highest title. It's like being made a lord in the United Kingdom. So that's the highest title that the Nigerian state can confer. So I care about the conferment of those titles on those elements. There is absolutely nothing that justifies, unless it's tradition, I'm not quite sure it is tradition, there is absolutely nothing that justifies Godswill Akpabio being conferred with the Grand Commander of the Order of Niger. There's nothing that justifies that. But there is even less that justifies Justice Kekere Ekun. Yeah, there's what's the highest one then? Commander Federal Republic of Nigeria is the high. No, Grand Commander of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is the highest, as far as I'm aware, unless I'm being indignant with a misunderstanding. But there is nothing that justifies Kekere Ekun being conferred with those national honors. She's just been sworn into that office 2-3 days ago. She has not even sat on the seat, and I'm meaning physically. She's not even sat on the seat as the Chief Justice of Nigeria. I never handled anything, and suddenly she's been given the highest honors in the land. So what justifies Justice Kekere Ekun being given the Grand Commander of the Order of Niger? You know, I cannot see it. It's an abuse of that process, if you ask me, and more so Godswill Akpabio. The totality of it, Godswill Akpabio and that woman, all an abuse of that process. 64th independence. Why we should appreciate being Nigerians. This is Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala putting a positive spin on the day. The Director General of the World Trade Organization, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, has praised Nigerians for their resilience and entrepreneurial spirit amidst global challenges. She urged Nigerians to appreciate being one of the most interesting countries in the world. Okonjo-Iweala stated this on Tuesday whilst commemorating Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary. Speaking via a post on Twitter, the WTO Director General stated that despite tough times, Nigeria harbors some of the most entrepreneurial people in the world. She wrote, though times are tough internationally and nationally, so she's making sure to tell you internationally in order then to and I think Tinubu mentioned it in his national broadcast as well. She's making sure to tell you that times are tough internationally and nationally. So there is nothing going on in Nigeria now that is not going on internationally. Any of you living in whichever country that you're listening to me from, you can attest, either in Eastern Europe, Western Europe, South America, North America, whichever country, the Middle East even, you can attest that the cost of living, especially food, has gone up by an average of 40, 60, even 100% over the last 2 years in whichever country you're in. So Nigeria cannot be in isolation, that would not apply. And that is essentially what Madam Ngozi is saying. She wrote, though times are tough internationally and nationally, we should appreciate that we are from one of the most interesting countries in the world, with some of the most exciting and entrepreneurial people in the world. And then she puts an exclamation mark there for emphasis. I certainly appreciate and thank God for this. So she's certainly not a Biafran, very much fully a Nigerian. Nigeria at 64, why former British colonies have advanced while Nigeria still struggles. This is Shehu Sani bringing us back to the woe is me that seems to be the language of now. Woe is me. Nigeria at 64, why former British colonies have advanced whilst Nigeria still struggles. So I'm not quite sure if there's that many British colonies that have advanced. I think he wants to reference India and places like that. Meanwhile, a former federal lawmaker who represented Kaduna Central in the 8th Senate, Senator Shehu Sani, has shed light on why non-African former British colonies. So that's I did think it was going to places like India. Meanwhile, a former federal lawmaker who represented Kaduna Central in the 8th Senate, Senator Shehu Sani, has shed light on why non-African former British colonies have thrived. I have a theory on that as well, by the way, but let's hear what Shehu Sani has to say first, and then you hear my theory. Meanwhile, former federal lawmaker who represented Kaduna Central in the 8th Senate, Senator Shehu Sani, has shed light on why non-African former British colonies have thrived, whilst Nigeria struggles with many of the same issues decades after independence. In a message posted on his official Twitter handle on Tuesday, marking Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary, Sani drew comparisons between Nigeria and other countries once colonized by Britain, emphasizing that many nations have progressed by embracing their diversity rather than being mired in blame. Sani noted that, like Nigeria, other former British colonies across the globe experienced similar colonization processes. He pointed out that countries such as the United States, Canada, and others in Asia and the Americas were also products of European colonization, but and by the way, I don't think you should be citing the United States. Hold on. I don't think it should be citing the United States and Canada as former British colonies. So the United States and Canada and even Australia, New Zealand, they were never British European colonies. They were European co-ops. They co-opted them, so they essentially owned it, and they still do. So the United States has not left colonization since it was taken over by the British. It's still very much the British structures that still run it, even the British persons. What was it that Uncle Tess said the other day? It was in a conversation with that Indian guy that was running to be the candidate for the Republican. She used a particular phrase, and the phrase she used that since independence, there's never been an American president that did not have English blood or British blood. That's what she said, and you can fact check that since independence, there has never been an American, even Benjamin Disraeli, he will say it was, no, I think that's actually British. There's never been an American president that did not have a drop of British blood. And please don't go to Obama because he has British blood. So there's that. So it shouldn't be cited the United States or Canada as examples of former colonies that did well, because to all intents and purposes, they just took ownership of that land, of those lands, and never let it go. Meanwhile, former federal lawmaker who represented Kaduna Central in the 8th Senate, Senator Shehu Sani, has shed light on why non-African former British colonies have thrived, whilst Nigeria struggles with many of the same issues decades after independence. In a message posted on his official X handle on Tuesday, marking Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary, Sani drew comparisons between Nigeria and other countries once colonized by Britain, emphasizing that many nations have progressed by embracing their diversity rather than being mired in blame. Sani noted that, like Nigeria, other former British colonies across the globe experienced similar colonization processes. So you wouldn't say that the United States experienced the same process, or Canada or New Zealand. It was a totally different process that applied there. He pointed out that countries such as the United States, Canada, and others in Asia and in the Americas were also products of European colonization, but have moved beyond blaming their colonial past and instead focused on building their nations for the future. The former lawmakers stressed that the key difference between Nigeria and these other nations is that they are no longer fixated on blaming their colonial history. The British forcefully brought us together to form what is now called Nigeria, but that was exactly what the French, the Portuguese, Belgians, and the Spanish did in other African countries. This was also what the colonialists did in the Americas and many Asian states. Your favorite countries, like the United States and Canada, were also products of the British, French, and Spanish colonialism. So it's a different structure. They were never anyway. We'll get into that later. But I think this guy, he misreads. Shehu Sani is never really been a clever guy. So you can only really anyway. Let me not bash him. Your favorite countries like the United States and Canada were also products of the British, the French, and Spanish colonialism. The difference between them and us is that they are not stuck in blaming their own colonial masters or blaming the conditions of their birth. They have learned to make use of their diversity and build their countries for the future, despite all their challenges. Or despite all their challenges of nationhood, as Sani explained. So you can disregard, and then subsequently discard whatever it is that Shehu Sani just said there. It is a total misread. Let me actually show you something. Let me show you something. Hold on, just stay there for a moment. Oh, all right, let me see if I've got that. I was looking at this some time ago. I need to show you something if I can. Okay. Let me see if I can get this list from here. All right. Maybe I'll find this subsequently. But if you look at the list of the most ethnically diverse countries in the world, the top 20 are mainly African countries with maybe one or two non-African countries. And Nigeria, I think, is the 20th most ethnically diverse country. You know, and then if you look at the example that this guy is citing, like Canada, for instance, it's essentially an Anglo-Saxon homogeneous society. Yes, you'll say there's ethnic diversity there. The United States as well is an Anglo-Saxon homogeneous society. So everything coalesces under one structure. But if you look at a country like Nigeria, for instance, nothing coalesces under anything, you know, because there's a constant battle for supremacy. The Yorubas want to be supreme, the Igbos want to be supreme, the Hausas want to be supreme, the Fulanis, everybody wants to have supremacy. So there is no homogeneity and there is no common purpose. There is homogeneity and common purpose in places like Canada, United States, even China. China is probably the most ethnically diverse country in the world, but there's one overarch ethnicity that forms the majority of that space. And that is where the problem is. But this guy, of course, I don't think he has the cranial functionings to understand the complex, because everything exists in the gray areas of life. I don't think he has the full functionality to appreciate the complexities in play there. So let me take you to this. Is this good news? You may wonder. Emirates flight lands in Lagos for first time in 2 years. So it looks as though the beef between us. This is another this is another feather in the cap of Festus Keyamo. It looks as though the beef between us and the Emiratis has now come to an end. Emirate flight lands in Lagos for first time in 2 years. Emirates, the flagship, I'm only going to give you 2-3 paragraphs of this because the headline already tells us all we need to know. Emirates, the flagship carrier of the United Arab Emirates, has resumed its operations in Lagos, marking a significant return after a 2-year hiatus. This is coming 2 years after the suspension of operation by the airline over several issues, including unresolved trapped funds belonging to the airline. So this now harkens back to Tinubu'S presidential speech, of course, when he told us he has cleared all of Buhari's debt, most of it, at least the international ones. The flight, they gives us the flight number, landed at the Murtala International Airport, Lagos on Tuesday, 3:32 p.m., arriving at the old terminal with several empty seats on its Boeing 777, whatever it is. Despite the capacity to hold 392 passengers, the exact numbers of passengers aboard could not immediately be confirmed. However, eyewitnesses noted the visible presence of many unoccupied seats. This sparse passenger load highlights the challenges airlines are facing as they resume operation post-pandemic and other operational suspensions. I think it's the price of the naira that is speaking here. According to reports by correspondents, the operational processes also saw departing passengers being processed at the new terminal, whilst those arriving were received at the old terminal. One of the passengers said the flight was not full at all, but as usual, the service was very good. And I think this is understandable, being the first flight after many years. So that marks the full cycle of that. So we're back to as we were with the Emiratis, the ragheads from the Middle East. So the ragheads from the Middle East, So we're back in good terms with the ragheads from the Middle East. But somebody that's certainly not on good terms with the ragheads from the Middle East is Israel. We're on the cusp of something big, by the way. Iran tagged missile attacks. Iran tags missile attack on Israel as reprisal against recent assassinations, threatens crushing response to any retaliation. So there's I think I actually have it somewhere else. Yes, let me bring it to you from here. So it looks as though the Iranians have decided to get into the Lebanon because, of course, you know that the Hezbollah, they are an offshoot of the Iranian reach. So the attack on Hezbollah is essentially an attack on Iran, and it looks as though the Iranians have started to launch at Israel. Iran today is the only Muslim country in the world that is ready to risk everything to defend the honor. So I think they are looking at it from that prism. It says that World War III is trending because Iran has ended its proxy war and fired a series of ballistic missiles into Israel, overwhelming the tragic Israeli Iron Dome. If Israel reacts to this first wave, Iran plans to respond with a crushing attack second wave. So that seems to be coming out. So maybe we'll verify that in the course of, but there seems somewhat an inevitability to it. But there it is right there. So there it is right there. Charles, hop on. The room needs populating. If you're not doing anything, that's Charles next right there. So if you want to hop on. Let me play you one more clip, then I'll play you the Kegite music, and then we'll see what happens next. Let me play you one more clip. So this one is, you know what they call tragic comedy. You know, is as equally a tragedy as it is a comedy. So it's a tragic comedy. So this one, and it's not even a skit, it's a recitation of what is going on in real life in Nigeria. So let me just play you. Let me leave it as ambiguous as that. Let me play you the clip.
Please, we are Mr. and Mrs. Egodo. This is my wife, Ijoma. I'm Chijoke. Please, we are begging NEPA or any people that are in charge of giving us light here in Anambra State. Please, we are duly begging you people to remove us from Band A. We don't want to be inside Band A again. We are appealing to you. If there is...
Let me on the light so that this...
On which light? On which light? On which light?
Sorry.
Ijoma.
Sorry. Oh, God, already bright.
What don't you use brightness to do?
Sorry. It's for the camera to bring your color out.
Please, we are begging you people. Please, any band you people put us inside. Please, the band will not be called Akosia now. Please, we are begging you people. Remove us from Band A. Remove us from Band A in the NEPA. Please. If there is anything like Band Y or Band Z or Band 0, carry us and go there. Please. Otoko, but Anogide 3 days, you will not see light. They did not put me into this kind of light. The sweetness of Nigeria is 3 days no light. I don't know where this Band A and Band B started. Please, please, please. Enough is enough. If you look at us now, you will think that we are selling electronics. I'm begging you people so that I will not be having issues with my wife. Because I have warned her, nothing like light again in this house.
But we use it to see.
We shall walk in darkness. We see by faith. We are Christians. We are Christians. We walk by faith and not by sight. We walk by faith and not by light. Please.
So there it is right there. You know, this banding system that they've introduced in Nigeria is a real assault on people's wallets. But if they can guarantee the electricity, though, then maybe it still works for people's budgets. Because if you remove the money you spend on petrol for your generator, and then you equate it to the increment in electricity tariffs, then it still proves to ultimately be a savings for you. So that's that. All right, let me play you the Kegite music and then we see what happens next. First, the Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Wailati kekere elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. àgbéṣe o.
There it is right there. Ikoko Niru Agbeche, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, Thomas. There's Thomas right there. Ajane Koko is with us. There's Ajane Koko right there. Kenya is with us. Hopefully, it's not a slave. Charles and next, who I called out in the comment section. And there is Tony Africa right there, joining us after a long time not being here. So good to see you, gentlemen.
Hello, one man. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? It's been a moment.
Long time.
Walk, Abby.
Yeah, no. Today I'm with you today.
All right.
Good morning, everyone from Australia. Yeah. Awama, let me make a correction. I think we are more Nigerian. I'm more Nigerian than you. I know you are an Englishman. Yeah, I think the order you are talking about, the converged order they are talking about, they don't really care about what Akpabio stand for, what he has done. Those offices is a mandatory for those guys to have those order. If I'm wrong, people can correct me. So it's not about what Kekere Ekun has done or this one has done. Yeah, it's that office. They have to convert them in that post, that honor. So that one correction I want to make. If I'm wrong, people can correct me.
Yeah, somebody was also saying in the comment section that it's not the highest honor in Nigeria, which was what I was riding against. But we'll see. Maybe all that rant was for nothing. Thank you for that, Thomas. Let's kick it off with Ekene before he falls asleep, if he's not already falling asleep. Ekene, you did it?
Honorable.
Kwata. Happy Independence Day with the greeting. Be no concern me. Which one will they do? How will they do it? Happy Independence Day.
No concern me.
It no concern me. Now wow.
No
So how was the day? How was the day viewed where you are? What were people making of it? Independence Day. So Tinubu making speech to tell you about his achievement. Sowore'S protesting to tell you about a lack of achievement. So where are you in all of that?
Well, I think nobody really care about what is happening in Nigeria anymore. The independence is just it's just within the cabals and the leaders. So within the citizens and masses, nobody is talking about independence. So I went to my business. So we don't really care. Even the presidential speech, I don't have the time to listen to it. But when I was reading some readout on what the point he made and all that, I feel like this is normal speech that he used to give starting from the time he assumed office. The same promise, the same kind of speech, and the same kind of trying to tell people to endure. There will be a light at the end of the tunnel, this and all that. So, and there is no specific agenda that they are trying to put in place. So the only thing, I think he said he want to have youth conference and all that, maybe in order to buy them to his side for the next election, because having youth conference doesn't mean that you are going to create job for them and build their human capital index and all that. So it's just to maybe gather them in one place, offer them some money to help him win an election in 2027. So that's the only thing they know how to do. And I am not surprised. So that is it, one man. I don't really care. And I'm not impressed with the presidential speech. I'm not really impressed. There is no clear direction where we to.
But you said you never listened. You said you never listened to it now.
I just read out, as in when the news was there, when I was reading the news, maybe I just glanced through the news. It's trying to, what I see there, it's not encouraging. It's not encouraging at all. It's still the same thing.
One man, please give me 1 sec. But Ekene, you forget about the politician, but can you wish Nigerian Happy Independence Day. Nigerians, not politicians. Nigerians, like me, I will wish you Happy Independence Day now. I don't care about politicians, but can we wish Nigerians as a whole Happy Independence Day? It's up to you.
No, I will not really wish Nigeria happy. I will not really wish Nigeria happy in the day. We're not really independent. We are still in the hands of our colonial masters, because most of our policies is just to favor them. The floating of the naira, the removal of fuel subsidy, all our policies is just in the just to favor the international, not really for Nigerians. So nothing has really worked for Nigerians since independence. Instead, we are going backwards every day by day. So why would I wish them happy? Happy for what? In this kind of situation, a bag of rice is almost 105,000 naira in the market today. So what am I wishing them to? Why? What happiness? Nobody is really happy. The only people that are happy is people that are privileged to benefit from the government. Maybe people eating from the scum that are falling down from the table of the Aso Rock. So those are only people that maybe are somehow happy. But the real Nigerians, the masses, who is going to buy them a bag of rice this Christmas period? It's 105,000 a bag of rice today in market. Who is going to buy it for them? So why will I wish them happy independence? Nothing really is. Everybody just keeping calm, try not to cause confusion, and let's see when this state capture will end. We'll just wait and see the end of it. Then the remaining people that will be alive till then.
Is that the new phraseology, state capture? Is that the new? Is that the phraseology?
The situation of the country now in the hand of APC is state capture. They have really captured the country. So what they are using is just using the resources of the country to buy the mind of a few people that are not that don't have integrity at all. So just listening to them, just like listening to Felix Mwaka the other day saying that Buhari spent 8 years trying to clean up the mess of PDP. 8 years. People that don't have conscience. Someone's father come in the national television to say that Buhari spent 8 years just to clean up the mess of PDP. Then what is Tinubu doing? Cleaning the mess of Buhari. They don't have conscience at all. So once they are eating from the scrum, they just open their mouth and talk anyhow, thinking that Nigerians are stupid. That's what they are doing. So most of the time, I don't come here most of the time to speak again because nothing is really changing. What am I going to tell you every day? It's still the same story. I was thinking that the economy will get better.
You say nothing is really changing, but and if you deny it, I'll bring you a clip. But somebody went back to this is an ardent obedient who is a very powerful obedient as well. He went back to Nigeria recently. And it's told us that there's been a marked improvement in electricity in Lagos. So can you confirm that?
Well, maybe in some areas. This period.
How come none of these things ever get to you? Anytime they say anything, you say you've not seen it.
But you're not in Ojo. Maybe in some areas. Not in Naija. You understand? I speak from where I live. In my village, there is constant more than Lagos State, and it used to be there even before Tinubu became president. I said it when I traveled last year. So even till today, we are still having that constant electricity in my village because we have community bill and all that. So if the electricity that I'm having in the village, if I'm having it in Lagos, I think I will not be complaining about electricity. So I don't know why the village are enjoying much electricity than us living in the city. And it used to be there even before Tinubu became president. So it depends on where the person is speaking from, not in this Ojo that I'm living. At least there are some areas that will be enjoying maybe some hours of electricity, but not in Ojo. So,
all right, take us to the Sowore protest. Is it making any waves? Yeah, are people talking about it? Do people even know that it's going on?
Nobody is even thinking about the protest. Nobody knows that. I never knew that there was a protest today, Sha. I just saw some few videos on internet and all that. I don't think they know what is happening. If they know what is happening, they do just go and sit down and plan how to take away power from these people. This protest is nothing. Any protest you are doing, what are you doing in Lagos? Say you are doing protest. They will be in Asorok laughing at you. If you can take the war to Asorok, then that is when you have started protest. Not just go and destroy things in your state and all that. At the end of the day, you say you are protested and nothing changes. The last one they protested, saying that petrol should go down. That time petrol is about, is it 700 or so? Today petrol is 1,000 naira. So nothing changed. A bag of rice, they say they should release in Nanekan, all this and all that. So what has changed since then? Everything has increased since then. So instead of wasting people's life and bringing out use on the roads of Nigeria for police people to kill them, let them go and prepare how to fight, because this is a state capture we are into. Apart from APC, no political party is working well in Nigeria today. You understand? So everything is being done to destabilize every other political force that want to rise against APC, and that is what they are concentrating on. And then that's the only thing they know how to do. Politics, everything. Look at the election everywhere. In Anambra State, the last election, just write the result. Nobody's complaining again. Apuga, just write the whole result. Councillorship. Apuga win everything. The woman, the official that was there was even saying that this is the first time she's experiencing such election. That is the instruction given to them. No result sheet, nothing. Just write the numbers, post it there. It happened last Saturday in Anambra State, and nobody will complain. So everybody is learning how to.
Are you saying Mahmoud Yakubu is now rigging for Abga?
No, councillorship election is in the hand of the governor, not in the hand of INEC.
Oh, okay.
So the governors have learned from the federal how to write results, and the Soludo has also learned such. That is what he did last Saturday in Anambra State. So just write your results. Nothing that happened. No result sheet. No election didn't hold in Anambra State last Saturday, but even the woman that was officiating the distance, she was saying, this is the first time she was expressing such. No result sheet. Just bring a sheet of paper. Write whatever you want to write. Submit it. They will announce it. So at the end of the day, Apoga won the whole seat. But so that is the system that has grown wing in Nigeria that many Nigerians are not talking about. We are only talking about how trying to praise some nonchalant people that are seizing the joy of Nigerian. Tell me what has really improved in this country. If you see our road today, our road in this Ojo, if you see it, you will cry. In many places in Nigeria, I don't think there is any maintenance of road going on in any part of this country. In fact, at the time, I was even after some time, I was thinking like Buhari was even better. I begin to think, why did I criticize Buhari so much? Because at least you could see that Buhari is doing a lot of projects during his time as a president in road construction, trying to maintain some road, even the one that Goodluck Jonathan didn't finish. He tried to but today, where are they? Where are those roads? Nobody is talking about it again. They only talk about coastal highway, which we don't know when they will accomplish it.
They told us they will complete it by the first phase by 2025, which is next year. Which will be quite impressive, actually. If they are able to do that, that would be quite impressive.
Well, that is how. See, I don't know, but when they finish it, we will know. But as for other roads, that federal roads and state roads we see in Nigeria today, everywhere is becoming a mess. So, and talking about paying this and debt and all that, borrowing to pay. Is that what they mean? You borrow money to pay debt.
Where are they borrowing money?
How much has he borrowed?
Where are they borrowing money to pay debt?
That is the system now. Go and check. Last 2 days or few days, it was 1.something billion dollars that was approved by World Bank.
Right.
For the federal government.
Yeah, for what?
Let them know now. For sharing now.
For sharing.
So before you tell us how much you paid, you should borrowed. You use it to juxtapose it, then you balance the equation.
What are you talking about?
Don't just tell us you paid it. So my point is this. There is no clear terms of what we are doing in Nigeria, both in paying debt and in borrowing money.
How do you mean? How do you mean?
We don't know what we earn as a country. We don't know what we borrow today.
But they publish all the borrowings and what efforts have you made to know all the things are published? We have a debt management agency. We have the Federal Executive Council that publishes every month. All of these figures.
Well, the only thing I know is that nothing of this has really affected the life of women in Nigeria. Because if I think that we are not owing much or we have paid much, why is our currency still depreciating every day by day? Why is it? What's the answer to that? Why are we still having high rate of inflation today? Why? It never appears. So is there anything that they're not telling us? Because if we are borrowing, if you said you have done all these things, at least let there be some balancing. Let there be stability in the naira. Don't be deceiving the people. Because the propaganda in this government is too much. That most of the time, I don't believe their news. I have to wait maybe for 48 hours before I will say, I've confirmed this. None of their news is real. You just have to wait. Okay, the other day they said they have sacked the prison, the man in charge of the prison where Bobrisky was. It only appears to be on the internet, not real.
But
at the end of the day,
they've confirmed that sacking, by the way.
Well, maybe after some time now, maybe after some people have started criticizing, but me, I don't really care, because it is people that run to believe them or want to believe everything the federal government says. For me, I don't believe it.
And they've not sacked anybody, by the way. They suspended them.
Well, now then, Sabi, anyone, whether sack or suspension. But my point is that Tinubu should stop all this. Nigeria should have patience, and Nigeria should have patience. Nigeria should wait. Nigeria should wait. At this day, reform. Which reform? Let me tell you, Tinubu is not doing any reform. He's just punishing the masses. He's not taking any critical decision.
Hold on. Why would they be punishing the masses?
That is what he's doing.
No.
If you say you want to make, let me make my point to you. Let me make my point to you.
No. Let's have it in an orderly fashion. You've just alleged now. You said Tinubu is punishing the masses, and you're going to tell me how. But what I asked you was why. So answer the why first before you go to how. So why would he be punishing?
Why he's punishing the masses is that he left the people that is going to make policies that will affect their embezzlement so that the economy will gain more. And he is making only policies that will affect the life of the poor masses, thereby neglecting that one that he has to do that will affect the cabals. That aspect is killing our economy so much. But he left a lot of them untouched. How many of them, those corrupt leaders, The people that goes out every day, the governors that goes out every day, whenever they receive their FAC allocation, they went there and changed it to dollars. What has he done about it? What policy is he making against those governors, against those senators, against those bank CEOs? What policy? So he only focus on increasing electric tariff, increasing taxes, and all that, where the masses are benefiting. Removing
Kekene, please, one man. I think Kekene is going out of band. You are trying to interrogate him. He doesn't want to interrogate you. I think
I think Kekene is just is propagandizing. So let him just do his thing.
No, it's not really good for the platform, one man. It's not really good. You are talking about the FAC allocation. Your governor has been giving money. Are you chastising your governor?
You know, the thing with
and go and beat your governor.
The thing with people like Ekene, Joel of Nashville, that sort of narrative is they are stuck in a set narrative which they want to continue to hammer. You know when you sling that mud for long enough to stick. So they are never going to acknowledge anything that is going on. They will never speak of anything that's a positive. It's just and then on and that. So but it's free speech. So let him just do. It's propagandizing, isn't it? So let's have it.
I'm very sorry. What are you doing about your governors? One man, please. Let me just say this and let me continue. What are you doing about your governors? Tinubu doesn't have power to go and beat your governor to do the right thing. The money has been
Tinubu
released to all the governors.
Tinubu is the one giving allocation to governors. So when he knows that the allocation he's giving to them is turning into something else, he should do something about it. He should make a policy concerning that. A lot of issue we have today is based on the federal. The security
you know the allocations is a matter of constitution. It's a constitutional matter.
It's a constitutional matter, and that is what I'm saying. So what are you trying to tell me? It's a constitutional matter. So Tinubu has the right to know how to manage those allocations that he is giving to governors so that they will not change it to dollars. He should give them the mandate. He has the right to do that.
It doesn't.
I'm not the one giving the governors allocation.
It doesn't have the right to oversight how they spend their money.
Okay, let him be giving them. Let them be changing it to dollars. No problem. If he doesn't have the right. But I think
the people who have the right is what Thomas was just saying to you there, is you, the indigents of that state. So the most that the federal space can do is to let you know how much they've actually released to your governors. So if the governors are not using it to your liking, then you approach your governor.
Okay, let's continue to push the blame. Let's continue to push the blame to the governors. Tinubu is not don't blame him at all.
No, forget Tinubu for a moment. Do you know how the state functions?
No, I will not forget about it. As far as I'm concerned, Tinubu is number one citizen of Nigeria state. So I will not forget about it.
Are you being nonsense? So I didn't even want to go in this direction. Do you understand how the Nigerian state works? Do you understand? If you don't, then just say if you do or you don't.
How don't I understand?
All right. So tell me how the Nigerian tell me how the structures work in Nigeria, the federal, the states, the local governments. How does that work?
The what?
The federal, the state, and the local government. How does that structure work?
The federal, the state, and the local. The state, the federal government is the center of power, which is in Abuja. The state are the governors. Then the locals are the councillors.
Yes, that's not how they work. That's just describing them. Do you know that the states are sub-autonomous? They're nearly a country unto themselves. And do you know that they have fake meetings every month, federal executive council meetings. Do you know that all of the states are represented?
One man. Let me tell you this.
You don't know how the structure works. You just
no. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. You can say that is how it works to your own definition, but that's not how it's working.
Not to my
As
own
far as
definition.
let me finish. As far as every state has to go to Abuja every month to collect their allocation, the state is not working on its own. As far as the federal has to give power on how, or give authority on how security or policemen operate in your state, the state doesn't work on its own. You understand? So when the state will work on his own is when a lot of things are being removed from the federal and the authority given to the state, like security, like how the state will generate their revenues and how they use it. Maybe when you allow states to generate their revenues, then you will now tell me that the state is working on their own.
How are states being stopped from generating their revenues?
The state being stopped by generating the revenues because most of the major resources of today, which is oil and other thing, and every state submit their monthly allocation before they share it to different states. Allocate both alcoholic, everything. They submit their allocation to the federal, then share it to every state according to their how they used to share it.
According to their size, according to their population.
Are you talking about VAT?
Yes, according to their population and all that. So why are you telling me that the state is now working on their own? When the state should work on their own is that maybe if the state is generating revenue from alcohol, let them use the revenue to develop their own states. If this state is generating money from oil, develop their own state. If this state is generating money from agriculture, let them use the money to generate their own state, maybe giving some percentage to the federal. Then if the state is running an election, the federal should not be in charge of their security. The state should manage their security, not the federal giving order on how security will operate in an election day of the state. That is not state working on its own. You understand?
Ekene, can I just interject? Ekene, let me help you out.
Yeah.
You know, this elsewhere Akin today, Igodalo, the governor that they just robbed of his victory, promised, his first assignment was that he was going to take over all the federal roads in Edo State. And that is the beginning of, restructuring the country, through federalism, the Nahuru way and the Awolowo way. Through federalism, every resources, take up the federal roads, take over them. So which means all those lands, University of Benin, UI, they belong to their respective state government and local government. In Germany here, all the universities are owned by the local government. Right, sir?
Yeah. Can I let me just say this? When the monies are allocated from the federal government, it is not actually the federal government giving the money. It's actually the state taking the money. The Constitution compels that the money should be shared in a certain sort of formula, and that formula then carries through. So it is not at the largesse of the presidency of the federal space. It is as a matter of right, the entitlement of those states to the monies that they go. So
well,
hold on.
That is your description of
that is the Constitution. You talk a lot, but you don't listen at all.
No. I know that is the Constitution, and the Constitution. My point is that the Constitution works.
It's not really good when somebody is trying to talk.
Thomas, let him just carry on. I don't think we'll get anywhere with it.
The only what I want to say is that trying to defend Tinubu to say that I should go and always tell me that I should go and hold state accountable as if Tinubu doesn't know anything about the affairs of the state is what I'm trying to debunk. He knows all the affairs of the state. In fact, if you are holding an election today in Nigeria as a state and the federal is not in your support, you should be jittering, because the federal might decide to give order to securities and all that, You understand? So you need the support of the president in Nigeria today to be able to win your state as a governor.
You are going into a different territory there. Let me ask you a question. If let's forget Tinubu, let's just say the president. If the president, if he feels that a state governor is not judiciously using the monies of the state, does that president have the right not to pay the state anymore?
Well, I think during the time of
Nigerian
Bola
constitution.
Tinubu, during the time of Bola Tinubu as a governor, I think you people used to give the criticism that Obasanjo was not allocating money to Lagos State because of the issue he was having with the president then, which means the president has the power to say, I will not allocate money to you as a state because maybe you disobey the orders of the president.
The president doesn't have
Is it not?
power.
Is it not what you guys said here?
No, the president doesn't have
You
the
guys,
power. It was hold on. It was illegal, and the Supreme Court ruled against Obasanjo that they should pay that money. So the president doesn't have the power to hold on any state money, federal allocation due to them. You cannot hold on to it and not give it to them.
no,
So
yeah, but at the end of it, maybe it was released later, but he hold on to it as a president then.
Yeah, he did. It was illegal. What he did then was illegal.
Yeah, it was illegal. I know it was illegal, but in order to maybe because of the dispute they are having then, as a president then, he was able to hold on to it for some time until the constitution was reviewed to him, and maybe the money was released later. So the point I'm trying to make is this: is that people saying that president today acts as how they want to act because they have the authority. Maybe they know that they have the money of your state in their pocket. So the state is not functioning on its own in Nigeria. That's the point I'm trying to make.
No, but Adale Koko just I didn't even want to interject you anymore. Adale Koko just explained now that the law does not permit for the president to hold on to any state's money, whether he likes the governor or not, he feels they are using the money judiciously or not. The person that holds, goes back to what Thomas was saying, the person that holds the state's governor accountable are the indigents of the state. That's how the structure works.
Well, I'm not saying that the structure is not working like that, but I'm trying to tell you that a lot of things are in the hand of the federal, thereby making our state not functioning the way it should be functioning. Because when a state generates revenue...
Can I make some clarification? Let me clarify them, okay? Let me clarify, please. Unugo, Bikonu. So, Oga Waman, and then Ajani Koko. Make una listen to what this man talk. He said, if you allowed the state to control the resources within their vicinity, they have to work to produce. What they produce, they take care of their own state. But in a situation whereby Tinubu has given a lot of money since he became president. No other president has given money out like Tinubu, especially after the withdrawal of this. Look at the money that accrued to Edo State, Ondo State, all the states. But what the governors just usually do, they just pocket them because there's no accountability. This is a land of impunity, a land,
yes, but Tony, that's what people. That's where people were trying to drive Ekene to, but it would not deviate. It would not deviate from the messaging of the headquarters.
Yeah, so the guy tried. Even in the case of rice, you see all those Adamu Aliyu, aka Oshomole, they all stole the rice that Tinubu gave them. They didn't distribute those rice last December.
All right, we're not in on.
That's why it's very difficult. That is why we are saying that we should restructure the country, take over the federal road, everything within that area, then it's your own.
All right.
Well, coming to that,
I can hold on. Let me correct one thing. Well, let me not say correct. Let me say something. Like I hate to use the word correct here. You see, sometimes we come here, we say there is no other president that has ever given allocation to any states like Tinubu. That is factual. That is not correct.
It's very correct. Sorry, it's very correct. Rational mind.
No.
Please.
Hold on. Everybody, hold on. Tony, you've not been here for a while, but we're trying to move away from that rowdy sort of. So we want an orderly, structured conversation.
Okay. Rational mind. Then I'm sorry.
Just hold on. So let him make that point. If you want to. If you want to push back at it, and then we're going to a Kennebec. All of that shouting over each other, we're not doing it anymore.
Yeah. So let me say this: when you import something to Nigerian, what's it called? Custom. They charge you $1 to almost the exchange rate that you get in the black market. Now they floated in naira. So therefore, Tinubu is getting more naira. But what is that value of that naira? That's the question.
Okay, you are not asking me. But hold on, rational mind. It doesn't matter.
Can I just say something, please? What's going on now, Tony? You've been here.
I just told him now that we're not doing that anymore. What's all this?
Okay.
Yeah.
So my point is that there is more naira. But what is the value of that naira? That's the question. Just like you said, somebody had 17 naira 2 years ago. That 17 naira, what is that value of that 17 naira today? Even though you give that person 150 today, mind you, that 17 naira is almost the same value as that 150 today. But mind you, 150 is more than 117 naira. That's what happened. So let's stop this whole crap of Tinubu increased. They are printing more money. They get more loans from abroad. And when they convert that money into naira, it becomes plenty naira. What are we talking about? What is that value of that naira? Yes, there's more naira given to the governors, but at what cost to the Nigerian economy? At what cost? At what value is that naira to Nigeria to even these governors? That's the point. So we're not looking at it that way.
Can I push back now?
Rational mind.
No,
I've been able to. Tony, please. I've been able to explain this thing in another way. Let me tell you, trying to say that Tinubu is giving governors more money is deceitful. Because a governor that is earning 100 billion last 3 years or last 4 years, that 100 billion is worth 400 billion today, according to our exchange rate. So if that governor is giving 100 billion the other day and was doing a kilometer of road for, let's say, 1 million naira, but today he's getting let's say 300 billion, and he's doing a kilometer of road for maybe 5 million naira. Which one is better? It's better you give him 100 billion than he's doing a kilometer of road for 1 million naira.
Yeah, can I
that is the point.
So that you can continue, so that you may continue.
The point is that let me finish, Tony. The point is that a bag of cement is not what it used to be in 2022 or 2021. A 12 mm rod as of 2021, before Tinubu left office, is about 3,600 naira. Today, a 12 mm rod is about 8,000 naira in the market. So check the difference and know the increase before you say that he's giving governors more money.
Yes,
our exchange rate before he left office, before he left office, at the official market is 450 naira. Today, our exchange rate is is above 1,700 naira.
Yeah.
Check the increase.
Can I push back so you can finish before you round up? Okay, please. I just use the example of rice now. Last December, the writer was that this man, he feels some pain. He said, "Okay, let me." I'm not a fan of Tinubu again. Now, but I'm telling you, let's call spade a spade always. This man dished out a lot of rice for the people, but all the whole senators from across all the parties, including your Labour Party, the most devilish, who came from who came out from APC and PDP, and they pretended to be nuisance. They all stole all the whole rice, including this Adamu Aliyu, aka Oshomole. All of them, they stole the rice. The same thing is happening. What are the governors doing or grant to show for it? Amount of money they have collected in Edo State now, to be precise. Nothing at all. They just pocket the money and they're order to blaming the president. That's why we say, okay, the president should make this easier for us. Decentralize the country so that everybody can build their own, and then they answer their own papa name. As for that, I don't like Tinubu, but at least the money that he has given out is too much. You know what I'm saying? Some of the oil money that Buhari didn't pay, Tinubu paid all back to Edo State, but Obaseki took all the money, without no accountability. What are you telling me? The man has given out money. Now that this system is not working, including the rice, which is just a very plain example. What the hell are you telling me? That the guy is not doing anything. What is on ground?
All right, bring it home, Ekene, and then we move the conversation on. Bring it home.
Tony, the point still remains that we have a high inflation in Nigeria today, hyperinflation. So you cannot compare. You see, let me tell you, during the time of Goodluck Jonathan, if you go to the bank and borrow 1 million naira, you can do business, and a very big business. It's about $5,000 then, or more than safe. You can use it to buy a huge quantity of goods. Then,
that was not the point. That was not the point, my Oga.
No, the point I want to clear you, so that is where you have to understand the issue. So if
you are expanding too much. You are expanding too much.
Let me finish. For me to get that $5,000 today, I have to be looking at maybe 8 to 9 million naira. Check the difference. So if I should say, take me back to the time of 1 million naira is $5,000. So if I have 1 million naira in 2012 and I have 10 million naira today, I think I'm still the same. So if Tinubu come and quote number to you when exchange rate was 450 naira at the official market, maybe they are getting 100 billion naira then. Then today exchange rate is 1,700 naira, and you are trying to just compare it because it's giving them maybe 300 billion beyond 100 billion they used to receive before. That is deceitful because a lot of Nigerians don't think in that direction. They are not business minded. If you are business minded, you know that he's deceiving you by telling you that he's giving more allocation to the governors. You understand?
One man. Can I hold on? I'm sorry. One man, please, just allow me to say this. One man and every other people, they have points when it talks about you can't blame the president much on this issue on ground. I agree with them. But you see, the reason why sometimes I don't want to, sometimes I just don't want to agree with them because I know where they're going with this whole narrative. Is that, you cannot blame him, so you should not even blame him at all. I mean, he was part of the rot in the system, but let me not go there. But I agree with them that, yes, there is a need for us to look at this way that we share this thing. It's not helping us. This whole thing is counterproductive.
Rational mind. Before the naira was floated.
Hold on. Tony, I've just explained now, so hopefully I don't have to explain again after this. We don't want to do the rowdiness anymore. Just let the guy speak.
So you need to understand the point they are making is that we cannot. The president does not have by fiat. Cannot just what Obasanjo did was illegal. We get that. So there's a need for us to look at it very well. How can we allow our people? How can we make this? I've said it on this platform. To not make these guys have immunity anymore. If you remove that immunity on them, EFCC will be able to go after them while they are in the office. And that will make accountability more easy for them. Because they know that if they spend any money anyhow, or the money that was allocated to them, because they know that they are banking on that immunity that when they are in the office, look at that idiot, they call themselves. Nobody could not arrest him. Bawa could not arrest him when he was in office. So
rational mind, it's not really the formula that we should review. Maybe we should review the formula, but what we may want to look at is where we should be pointing accountability, which will hold the federal space to account, but we should, people don't hold their state governors to account, and that's really, yes. So if they are publishing, which I think they are, if they are publishing what allocations are going to the state, then you know how much is coming to your state. So in terms of development, then you should then be, and that's more localized to you, isn't it? That's more approachable to you. So you should then be able to see what is commensurate with that inflow of money in terms of impact on the general living of the people. And if we're able to then go and be pressuring our state governors, I think we'll see quicker developments than cascading all the way to Abuja that, oh, the road on your street is waterlogged. Oh, Tinubu, I think people don't understand just how the Nigerian system works.
All right.
I want to round up. I want to round up.
I have my own thing to say about it.
For Tinubu to say that he's making a reform, these are the things he has to be talking about. You understand? Not bothering the masses. Because if you are saying that you are reforming, it should boil down to the constitution. How are we going to? The other day they are talking about regional government. The other man from the southwest, I think he's the senior chief whip, countered it. I don't know whether the news is real that he said that it is a privilege to allow or to give the southeasterners Biafra. I don't know whether he really said that, but if he really said that, shame on him as a chief whip of the Senate. Very shameful that a system that has worked for Nigerians before. Aworo was there, Ahmed Bello, Zik was there.
Sorry, what did you say he said about Biafra?
He said that returning to regional government is a form of giving the Easterners Biafra. I don't know, but the news was there. I thought it. Yes. He made a statement in the house. So it's a very shameful thing coming from a chief whip of the Senate saying such. A system that really worked for every region of this country. So if it's not, what are they doing there? These are the reforms that they have to do, and the president need to put that reform, make that law, so that we return to regional system of government. Let every region go and develop their region. Why putting everyone in the same basket? Why we're not functioning very well? Separate it. We can still be one. Even as a regional government, we can still be one Nigeria. So why should a senator come up and say this system will favor this region because they will get Biafra through it? That means they really have something hidden in their mind against the Biafrans. If they don't have, he shouldn't be making such statements in this age of time. I'm very disappointed. So when you're talking about reform, these are the reforms that I know that the president should be doing at the moment, reviewing our constitution and know those things that are hindering the progress of this country. And they urge the legislatures to make laws that will make it work. When he does that, then I will say that he's making reforms.
But that process is already ongoing now.
They killed it now. What are you talking about? They killed it.
No. Do you remember that Buhari unbuckled electricity from the federal exclusive?
Come on.
No.
I get you.
Well, Ekene is saying that what the presidency, what the government should be doing is to be looking at elements, aspects within the constitution that is timing the growth of the country. And that's exactly what they are doing. So Buhari unbuckled electricity generation from the federal exclusive list, and they're in the process of unbuckling policing from the federal exclusive list. So these are they're not just going to do it by they are not going to do it by fiat. It's not a dictate. Yes, it's not a military. Yeah.
And yet, your minister of darkness is the one telling them how to do bande bandi. What are you talking about, woman?
Yeah, but electricity has improved by 40%. It has improved by 40%.
Is it what?
Electricity in Nigeria has improved by 40%.
So, but then if you liberalize that sector, like you said, that he has unbundled it, he has federal government has taken their hands off it, and yet the minister of power he's the one spearheading this whole what's it called, bande bandi and all that crap, telling all this discourse or whatever the crap they call them in Nigeria, how to run electricity in Nigeria. What kind of unbundling are you talking about? You see, when we say these people, they just say certain things.
It's the same unbundle they did with NMPC now. That they're still in charge of.
They just say
they've not unbundled NMPC now.
hold on now. The other day we had the Minister of Interior. Oh, they've suspended that Controller General, Deputy, and then they just made that announcement. And yet the guy said he never even left office. He was always going to. You see, when you people come here and then you want us to sing this kumbaya with all this. Yes, Buhari said they unbundled it. They did, maybe they were having crap, but in the actual sense of it, federal government still controls electricity in Nigeria.
Do you know what they mean by unbundling it, Rational Mind?
From what I understand, was that the hands off. It's not law. It's now in the hands of the states. And people are free to start their own business.
Let me tell you. What it was, it's a bit like there are certain aspects of the Nigerian state that is exclusive only to federal action, like policing, those sort of things, you know. So those are they called it the federal exclusive list, and electricity generation was part of that as well. So that was exclusively the purview of the federal space. But what they did then was to remove it from the federal purview. So it's not now an exclusivity of the federal space. So the federal space still an actor there, but not the sole actor there. So any other actor can also come into that space. And we've seen the Odua development as something, that company that they have, that they're already trying to form something around that. So it's removed it so that other actors can come in. But in the space that the government still acts, that is where you have the Minister of Power giving instructions that you are saying.
You just spoke grammar too much, woman.
Oh, God.
Yeah, grammar also. I mean, I get what you're saying. But you just use so much grammar to cover the whole crap. And then we just want to get us confused. I'm just so confused with what you just said. But I know where you're going with it. But my point is however grammar you use to just codify it or try to explain it. My friend, the point I'm trying to make here is that the federal government still controls the dams. They control the gas. I mean, what's it called? A motor shot there. It's still under federal government. I've not had they gave it to the state government. All the old infrastructures that generates this electricity. You said the federal government has hands off. They've unbundled it like whatever English word you used to describe it. But the last time I checked, they still have control over these things. They still pay the civil servants that works there. It's under the agency, one of the agency or one of the ministry of whatever it is. What are you talking about, one man? So why would say these people don't know what governance is all about? They just say things and they don't follow through. They don't even see the real effect of what they say. And you wonder why people like us become naysayers and we are so skeptical and we just speak the way we speak. Not because we don't want anything bad for anything good for that country, but because we're just sick and tired of they say these things and we don't see the reality. Really takes the way they say it. That's just what I'm saying. I just said to you that Minister of Power is the one telling all these discos or whatever they call them to be doing bonding. To be doing bandy. What kind of crap is that?
Yeah, is the regulator now?
Regulator of what?
Of the industry.
The power industry does not have their own separate independent regulator that regulates everything. You see, one man. These people don't know.
No. The government is usually the regulator.
No, it's not. It's not. They're not the regulator. They're not the regulator. Not in this context of what we're talking about. Yes, they regulate. They have the. But you see, one man. Let's not delve into all these things. That's one thing. Nigeria will confuse you. I mean, you and I will live in countries where they do things so plainly. But Nigeria, they are so murky. So you can't even decipher what is this that is really, really wrong or what they're trying to do. Let me just let our friend finish up what he's saying, because for me, I just don't understand all this only or not only.
All right. Can I 1 more minute and then we go on to Tony, who gets a 5-7 minute monologue. We go to Ajanle Koko, Rational Mind, and then the Star. And still plenty of room. Anybody wants to jump on. So Ekene, woe is me, you were saying. Woe is me. Nigeria is about to
one man, nothing to say much again. For me, there is nothing to celebrate for Nigeria of today. So maybe other people should continue.
Oh, all right, Billion. So that's the excellent Ekene, of course. One of your favorite voices, certainly one of mine. So that's Ekene, the mighty man, the billionaire, young billionaire of Alaba market. So that's Ekene right there. Let's go on from Ekene to Tony. So Tony, you're up next.
Okay, sir. Good evening, sir. One more time. I salute everybody at the comment section, especially Princess Chioma. So, Oga, woman, man, don't tire really. The thing they pay me because if you want to practice federal system, let us do it well, or we hands up. We can't be doing it halfway. You know what I'm saying? What kind of country is that? That a president will have access to the save of the country. Like in the previous government, oh, I'm the president, so now I want to. I have some relatives in Niger Republic. Let me build railway lines to that place there. You forget that you are living, you are coexisting in this country with people of the south, where the economic activities are taking place. Then okay, there's no ministry of work, nobody to educate all those finances. Who is giving who? The president have no right to even take one kobo out of the federal government account, sir. If it's like in a functioning, country, if it's not a lawless society that are that we are hosted, we are just hosted to some kind of a bunch of mafias, and then we are called them AKA presidents, senators. As far as I'm concerned, there's no government, sir. So which now lead me to, needless to be celebrating independence. I think what we are celebrating today is celebration of death and poverty. You know what I'm saying? Because yesterday you did point out that at the end of the day, this man has got nothing to tell us today, and then it turned out to be so exactly how you predicted yesterday. That means the country is not moving, and then to never move. And then, what can you talk of a country when once upon a time, before most of us are born, there were refineries, there were all these petrochemical projects, being set up by this Yakubu Gowon and the was administration, stuff like that. Then all those bursary, allowances. I think it was 600 naira, once you are studying in the polytechnic, then if you're at the secondary school, say you get other places where you can do some job. Even in the smaller village, you have the company directors don't even have access to their own save, the save of their country. Sorry, or of their companies. The owner, you woman, you go and set up a company in Nigeria. You don't have access to that save. You have a accountant, you have general manager, you have all this, whatever you call it, the clerks. If you need something in your house of residence, you have to apply that. Oh, my this thing is broken, oh, my car is broken, whatever. Then they have to, not like Nigeria. What is that? That Tinubu can just wake up one day and say, okay, let me go and buy a private jet. Oh, okay, Vice President, my friend, hey, how Sibaoni? Okay, make I come do your house now. We can, for where? It's not possible. A German president was sacked because of 230 euro. A German president. I mean, what the hell is going on? So I don't know. So we are just, going from a pillar to poor, what do they call them? Nothing. So that's why I'm advocating that we should start looking for the plan, for the way out. That so long we cannot restructure the country, if one particular section of the country say that they doesn't know what is called a restructuring, then let's call it a quit. Peacefully. If it doesn't go peacefully, we should look for another way to do it. But you know what I'm saying. So if you have any other point, I don't know, because for me, we don't have to celebrate the independence because I went to secondary school in Nigeria. I went to the
Tony, do you want to talk to us a little bit about the Sowore'S protest as well, and then we move the conversation on to agenda?
No, that Sowore'S is my is my hero because it's the only authentic potential leader that I can just set among the current political gladiators in the country. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in all those kind of say that people that doesn't. Why I don't like Sowore'S? Because he doesn't believe. So because he believes in one Nigeria, which I don't believe in. Which now lead me now to this Senator Shehu, Sani. Yeah, you made something about you get from a presentation today. You made some presentation about Senator Shehu Sani, why Nigeria is not working. How can Nigeria work when you have all those evil quota system that was put in place by their past leaders? Why should you have a workable country where you have two systems of law: secular law for the southern Nigerians, and then a Sharia, alien Arabic law for the north. How can that country work as one? So I mean, those kind of stuff. And beside that, India, they have got one language that the Kaivu people from Pakistan, Bangladesh, they understand that kind of language. We don't have that in Nigeria. So that's why that we should just. I don't want to be too bad that I think that Shehu Sani, I don't even want to talk to. I don't even regard any of the northern political gladiators, whether they be civilian or military. I don't like them somehow. You know what I'm saying? Not to your platform that I will say that. But I mean that. But I don't fashion them. Because they are just like, they are just kind of like too hypothetical. Hypocrite, because that you have Sharia law, which breeded or gave birth to Boko Haram, and then you pretend not to know. You know what I'm saying? So Tinubu is not a president; it's just a tenant in the house of those colonial masters that we need to free up ourselves from. So that's when we get our Independence Day, the day we free up ourselves from this Arewa colonial, administration, which is owing because when the definition of colonization is that when people come over to your place and occupy your resources. That's exactly what the Northerners are doing to us. They own all the whole oil wells. You know what I'm saying? So then, what is more colonization than that? So let them free us up, decentralize the country, restructure this country that we can take over our respective resources in our respective communities, and then we can move ahead as one country. Otherwise, abrupt end to that country. Thank you, sir.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. That's the mighty Tony, of course, a well-known quantity amongst. If you can unbundle what Tony just said, there's genius insight in there. So genius insight from Tony, equally genius insight from Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, you're up next. Tinubu confers national honors on Akpabio, Kekere Ekun. So people were explaining to me that this is an automatic thing, but I still feel that there's no reason that justifies it. The Independence Day speech, what actually came out of it, Sowore tried to counterweight it with an Independence Day protest, which did not damp squib all of that. So all of that and more, Ajane Koko. And the Iranians, by the way, they've launched missiles in the direction of Israel. So the winter is coming in terms of world peace. It looks as though we're in for a very dark period in the short term to come. So all of that, Ajane Koko.
Yeah, thank you, one man, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, the president missed another opportunity to give Nigerians that hope, that assurance that he will deliver good governance and he will take them to the promised land that he mentioned in that speech. Tinubu is so disappointing. The content of that speech is nothing to write home about, particularly for him to mention that national award has been given GCON, or what do they call it? GCOFR or what's up? Been given to the Senate President and the Chief Justice of India. Oh my God. That is the worst thing that on Independence Day speech should carry. It shouldn't carry anything, any benefit about those of you in government. It should be anything that, I mean, the content of that speech should carry the interest of Nigerian people. And the interest
but the abundance of that speech carried the interest of the Nigerian. That was just an aside now. The national honors, that was just an aside. The bulk of it started off by saying he felt the pain, and then it talked about measures to alleviate the pain, not just in the short term, but in the long and permanent term. So it talked about a lot. The national honors was just an aside.
You said you gave measure. What are the measures? Can you give an example?
Well, it talked about the synergizing of the agricultural space. I think it mentioned Niger State and one other state that especially driving that space, but all of the states they're being rallied up agriculturally. He did that. He talked about how to counterweight the transportation thing by introducing alternative means that will ultimately, over the medium to long term, will ultimately address the price of petrol, because that's the solution, not capping or subsidizing. That seems to me eminently more sensible than it doesn't want to interfere with that market, but is putting palliative measures to insulate the effect on the people. So it talked about a whole raft of measures. The students' loan scheme, these are youth assembly or whatever it is that is assembling to address specific matters. So a whole myriad of specific pain points. It told you policy directions and actions being taken. Oh, I don't know. Is this no, I think he may be on a call actually.
Okay. So as I was saying, one man, that speech did not carry any good news for Nigerian people. Look, an Independent Day speech by the president always carry, maybe a reversal of a bad policy that people has been calling for.
I don't think he'll ever reverse that subsidy on petrol. So let him just.
I'm not talking.
Let him hang on for by.
I did not mention subsidy.
Okay. All right.
I'm just talking that a National Day speech by the president should carry, the interests of the people. Interests of the people, maybe a reversal of a policy that have brought hardship on the people, that people been calling for. Then the president will use that day to announce that, look, I'm lifting ban of so, I'm reversing this policy, deliver a new policy to the people that people has been calling for. For example, let's say people has been calling for maybe free education, and he used that National Day speech to say, from so, with effect from so, free education must be, free education must be, we will start implementing free education in Nigeria. Or with effect from so, Nigerian workers you know, taxes on Nigerian worker pay as you earn, that is 15%. We are going to lower it to 5%. So President must come out with a good news. Good news for the workers, good news for the people of the country, something that border on the general interest of the people. That is what the, you know, the content of that speech should carry. But in the case of Tinubu, his speech carried nothing that can give people happiness, but rather the national award for the Senate President and Chief Justice of it. How dare can you do that, Tinubu? I think people rated him so high as a man, as a strategy, a political strategy, as a man that, you know, well educated, as a man that is well exposed, an international man. Is expected to do right, but Tinubu failed again to give that assurance and hope for Nigerian people. And the one that he said that is so ridiculous, he said there's going to be youth conference. Oh my God. Youth conference on what? What is it meant to achieve? Look, we have to say it loud. This man is out of tune. His government does not, it seems they don't know the hardship that Nigerian people are going through, and it seems they don't listen to their people. That is why you cannot come out with a speech that will, you know, somehow give a policy redirection of, you know, just give us a hint that, look, on the way forward, this is a new way forward. We are parting away with hardship, the hardship that this policy has unleashed on you. This is a new way forward, a new way forward that people all over the country will jubilate, and the media will start speaking good about him, and Nigerian people will start to have, you know, that hope that yes, the president listening. We have a government that listens to the people. So I think he missed that opportunity again. So the conference of the youth, I don't know who gave him that idea, but I know what he's trying to do. What he's trying to do is to organize youth, particularly maybe from their party, across the country. Those that are not from their party, notable one, they will gather them around, give them some money, convince those that are, you know, are not in their party, see how they can bribe them to join them so that they can start working in preparation for its 2027 re-election. That is the strategy. So the politics.
You know, I think the strategy might be to cut into a slice of that Sowore obedient space. You know, the youth seem to somewhat gravitate towards the Sowore narrative and a little bit the Obi narrative as well. I think this policy is to get as much of the youth on board as possible. I think.
What policy is that? Are you talking about the Jamboree, the party that is throwing for everybody?
No, there's some youth assembly, something that is putting together.
The party is a Jamboree. just why everybody come and collect your own rubber so that everybody can drink and share you and everybody party. That's what they want to do. I mean, what the crap is he talking about? I listened to him when he said that. I mean, you are the president, don't you? You see this guy. Why was this guy just doing trial and error? This guy does not have anything upstairs. I mean, come and talk to me about your concerns. We want to give you a listening here. Come on, you are the president, for goodness sake. You should know what you're supposed to do when you're there as a president. So they should come and tell you now what to do. And if they tell you now, will you implement it? Just go and gather some APC guys, some Akpabio people, say they go and represent the whole youths, and they will tell him what they want to hear. And then at the end of the day, they say, oh, they represent the whole youth. What youth are you talking about? Oh man, I beg. See, it's okay. You can say all these things you want to say. It got into what true Sowore'S, what true obedient was to go and sit down there. You know, because maybe they bribe them, like somebody said, maybe it was you. They bribe them, use something to entice them. From there.
Any legitimate young person that wants change.
What are you talking about, legitimate? Okay, I wish them the best. Legitimate young person that wants to go and sit down with Tinubu and hear him talk or hear him listen to them. I wish you all the best for that. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. Go and do what you're supposed to do. You are the president. Figure it out. You say you are the master strategist.
Yeah, but the government can only, the president can only figure it out from consultations with the citizenry now.
What woman? Me. I've said mine, so whatever. It's all.
So you don't want. Sometimes you feel sorry for that Tinubu guy. So the hatred for that guy is next level.
I don't believe whatever crap he said. I don't hate this guy. I don't believe him.
Now.
Okay, all right.
So, look, woman. It is so ridiculous to say a youth confab. What is the meaning of youth confab? You have a ministry of youth and sport, and what do they call it? Is it sport and youth development? What is the policy of the administration on youth and sport? And what is the manifesto of his party on policy that, carry the interests of the youth in the country? This guy is just a failure, man. We cannot.
But you can't say that. Now you always put me in a position to. What about all of these policies around entrepreneurship, soft loans, grants, SME policies? All of these things get towards enterprise and development. What about the students' loan thing that supports education? All of these things get towards empowering the youth. Are those not policy positions?
Look.
No. Are they policy positions? You say, what are the policies on this? What are the policies? Are those not policy positions?
Look, let me tell you one man. Forget about all those propaganda.
The students' loan is a propaganda, Abi.
Look, how many students have benefited?
We tracked it here from conception to actualization. We tracked it here.
Woman,
how many propaganda?
Benefited from those? The shortlisted name. It is not all students.
Shortlisted names?
Yes.
That's an allegation right there.
It is not all students, man. You know that.
What do you mean? It's not all students now. Oh, okay, let's just leave that space because we've done that space countless times. So what about all these entrepreneurship loans? We can go and bring out the list and run them. I have Google right here. We can bring out all of the list of all of these enterprise policies that they're using to support enterprise. We've even had somebody come and give examples of being beneficiaries of it. Those are policies now. Are those not policies?
Look, there are many policies
that are being implemented. Yes, they're being implemented.
There are many policies of the government that are poorly implemented. It's one thing to roll out policy. It is another thing to implement it well. And it's another thing to just want to cajole people. Oh, these are the policy. But in the real terms of it, the policy is not meant to succeed. It's just to, make a news head that, oh, this is the policy. You see, so this idea of youth conference for what? It is you, it's him, the president, and his team that must deliver a well-articulated policy, a well-articulated...
In consultation with whom?
In consultation with what? In consultation... Look, this is... Look, when you are coming to govern...
For them to present that well... Hold on. For them to present that well-articulated youth policy, who are they going to consult with in order to articulate that youth policy?
So he has not consulted with the youth before he aspired to be president. So he doesn't know the... Hold on, one man. So this guy doesn't know what...
So he wants to consult with the youth is wrong. He doesn't listen to the youth is wrong. So what exactly?
Hold on. Can you just listen? Can you just listen? You want to come to govern the people. So you've not consulted widely. You've not consulted the youth first. I mean, before you contested to know their interests. And immediately when you get to government, you deliver for the youth what their interest is all about. Is it when you get to the government? So that is when you start countering around. Oh, okay, what do you people want? What do you people... Is that the way to govern? For you to aspire for any position, particularly presidency, the position of president, you must be well prepared. You must know the interests of every interest group in that country, ethnic group, and every groups that matter in that country. You should be able to, because you want to govern everybody. If you don't know what their interest is, how will you deliver good governance in the first place? So you just want to march your way to government, and when you get there, okay, you start doing trial and error. Is that the way government is run? So this is just a distraction, one man. I want to tell you, it's a distraction. It's a means to distract the youth from coming out to against its government. This is the purpose of this. Let me distract them. Let me divide them among themselves. Let us bring them together. See those that really matter, those that are very outspoken. Let us see how we can buy them over, keep their mouth shut, and those that they don't have voice, nobody will hear them. But those among them that are very outspoken, very vocal, let us reach out. Let us bring them to that conference. Let us see how we can bribe them. Let us divide them against each other. Let us, divide their. Let us distract them, because now they've been seeing that the youth has been speaking up. The youth has been talking a lot online, and they've seen it. So it's a divide and rule game. That is what it's trying to do. So this guy is a failure, as far as I'm concerned. So you and some other people, you can say, oh, maybe what he's doing is good, but this guy, he has an opportunity again, he missed it. And this is not the first time. Even the last what do you call it? October 1st, the same
national broadcast.
National broadcast. It did. It's speech national. I mean, broadcast speech doesn't carry any substance that carry the interest of the people. It's very unfortunate, very, very unfortunate. So we are in a nation where what Tinubu have done today, particularly in that speech, to mention a word for it, just show that what they represent is not the interest of the people, the interest of themselves, and they will continue to do it right right to your open eyes. You will continue to see it, and there's nothing you can do. And the conference of the youth is to cause distraction, to distract the youth, divide them against each other, and then, buy them over. Those that are necessary to buy them over. That is it. Everything in his head is all about politics. Politics to win the election, and politics to win the election only, and not to govern well. This is what Tinubu has been doing. Politics to win election, but not to govern well. It doesn't care about you. That is it. So let me go to Sowore. Sowore has done.
Please, Johnny Coco, please, sir, just for 10 seconds. If Tinubu want to be specific, he's supposed to have taken the price of petroleum product down today, at least 200 naira, whatever. Then, this so-called loan, student loan, we don't know what it's called loan. All we know is about scholarships, or free medical care, Obama care. Let us have Tinubu care. At one man went to move. Yesterday, you said that you cannot go and live in Nigeria because things are not working. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. So it's not the man that is well prepared for the job. It just come to achieve, what do you call for himself? Just to register his name as one of the president and then do whatever he like there and get away. So let me go to Sowore. Sowore has done the best again today. For coming out, he said it, that he would do it, and he did it. So, for Nigerian youth that really believe that the future of the country belongs to them, and the children and children to come after them, this is the time to join Sowore in demanding for good governance. If you don't join Sowore, you are condemning Sowore, you are condemning yourself, and you are condemning your future. Sowore is not suffering from anything. Sowore is not a man that is not a poor man. God has blessed him. He's got everything. A good wife, good children, have his own business, media organization that is, is known internationally. So, but the man that is so patriotic, that really loves his country.
Is that what you think is propelling Sowore? Do you think it's being driven by patriotism?
Oh yes, it's patriotism.
You don't think it's a narcissist?
That's by your own description. I don't know. So the love for his country, the love for the people, and a man that looked back his own childhood and where he came from and the poverty that he went through in life, he doesn't want it for others. If all of us are like Sowore, that have good heart for our fellow Nigerians, that love our fellow Nigerians, we'll be doing the same thing that Sowore is doing. And if we are doing it for a long time ago, Nigeria would have been better off. Look at the demonstration, the protests, the NSAS. For you to know that protests work, look at the NSAS.
What did it achieve? What did NSAS
What
achieve?
he achieved, the president, they disbanded the SARS
They didn't disband it. They renamed it. They didn't disband
Forget
it.
about whether you name it or this thing.
They changed the name to SWAT. That's what they did.
Well, I don't know whether they changed it, but
we were all here now. They changed the name to SWAT.
The leader of that
NSAS achieved nothing, and the NBAD governance achieved nothing.
Well, that is to you.
What did it achieve?
That is to you. It didn't achieve
you
nothing.
Tell me now. I'm asking you the question. What did it achieve?
I'm telling you, they disbanded it, and the leaders of that SARS was taken down, and they restructure it. Now, I mean, the SARS that they have now,
and what they were complaining about has it stopped?
And now they have changed.
The police are not they are not brutalizing young Nigerians. Do you want me to bring you clips? They are not brutalizing.
From that brutalization, it's been minimized now. We have seen it. That is work protest. That is what it does. The governor of the state saw that, yes, this protest was taken down in state. He went to meet the protester, got their demand, and run to the president to deliver it. And the president came on the national broadcast and assured them, I've got you. That is what protest does. When you protest, you push.
The protest achieved nothing. The police are still brutalizing Nigerian youths as SARS was changed to SWAT, and maybe one or two persons sacked, but nothing significant came out of NSAS. Nothing significant came out of bad governance. Petrol was 700 naira, now it's 1,000 naira. So nothing's come out of any of this protest. So it's had no impact. I think we all know that, but carry on.
Well, one man, that is you. You said you had no impact, but I want to tell you, well, you have impact. Sowore is doing his best, and God will continue to bless him and give him the strength. What we cannot do is what he's doing. He is more patriotic than a lot of you. A lot of you own the citizenship of another country. He is a citizen of Nigeria to the core. He doesn't want citizen of another country. So,
Baba, ask you a question, please.
Yeah. Yes.
So, I'm not saying that Sowore is not trying, but what structure is he building to really become the president of this country? Is it only on this protest, or do you think his political intelligence and the way he's approaching politics can really get him to the seat of power? Because what he's aspiring to be the president of this country with all this he's doing. So what structure is he putting in place to be able to become the president of this country? I really want to know, because that is the basis why people will support him.
Let me tell you, it's one thing before the other. Sowore, traditionally, you know, what do you call him? It's an activist. So you can't take away that activism from him, even though he's a politician. But his own political activism is totally different from your politicians that are compromised. Even some that been portrayed as the saint is a compromised politician. It's just one of them. And I'm referring to Obi. It's just one of them. These are people that they are all together. They are masquerade with different costume. They wear different costume. And you can, this one is this one is that. But they are all masquerade. But Sowore kind of political activism is to deliver Nigerians from the enslavery of this politician, this political political establishment we have in Nigeria that have enslaved Nigerian people. The Sowore style of policies is to take them out from there, and taking them out the moment they join him in this struggle, that is when we will get our country back. So it's a fight for all of us. But if you are looking at him, Sowore doesn't have this, or he doesn't have that, but you don't want to fight, you don't want to raise your voice against bad governance, they will continue to govern you like that, on and on. There's nothing you can do. But, the country belongs to all of us, and is charging you up to stand up, get out from the box. Let us talk, let us go on the street. Let us register our grievances against bad governance. But you don't want to join him. But rather, when election comes, this same politician will come with money, you will take it, and you vote for them. I think it's going to be good. It's never going to be good for you people. Sowore children will not suffer. They live in a better environment. They live in America. They attend good school. So, but fighting for the children of the poor in Nigeria and fighting for Nigerians to be better than what it is today, and anybody can condemn Sowore, you are just condemning yourself, and you just want to, you are just on the side of politicians to destroy that country. It's a matter of time. What we have seen in that country today is what we never ever see what is happening in that country.
Can I have a minute? Because you continue to eulogize Sowore, because if you are talking about people that really puts Nigeria into the trouble they are today, I think Sowore is part of it. Because a lot of us never supported APC in the first place, but he did. The way he rejoiced and the way he campaigned for Buhari is out there. I don't really know what Buhari gave to him to campaign for him. If he knows that he has the capacity to rule this country, he wouldn't have ever think of supporting Buhari. Rather, he will use that opportunity to build his own structure. You understand? So even if I'm trying to judge the way I think today, I think that everybody that supported Buhari is part of Nigerian problem, because most of them criticize Goodluck Jonathan government, demolize it, make it look as nothing. But somebody like me, even though I know that Goodluck was not perfect then, but I still believe, in my opinion, that Goodluck can never be bad as Buhari. And the justification was there. Now comes to Tinubu. So what is the moral right to say that Sowore is never part of the structure? Why he was part of the structure that brought in Buhari into the seat of power? So all our politics, it is only when it favors you, you sit down in your own corner and claiming to be a champion, or you know it all. That's what they are doing. Does it mean that he was never ever accused of any corruption? He has been accused in many ways of corruption, embezzling money, both in his party. But that doesn't mean that he cannot still be a better president. But trying to make him look different from other politicians is what I will not take. Because he was the part of the structure.
I think you have made your point. And I think you have made your point. I think you have made your point. I don't want to engage in that kind of this kind of it's just nonsensical argument that always come from obedience, saying Sowore support Buhari all this nonsensical thing that the obedient always come up with. That I don't want to engage in that kind of. It's just totally silly of the obedient all the time, and I don't want to get engaged in them. And we are seeing what their leaders, a man, the man you are following can take out his 800 million. He brought us 800 million to pull down for election. 800 million for what? And you want to call that one a prudent man, a man that really want to serve the people? 800 million naira to pursue election. How is it different from Tinubu that spent billions? How is it different from Atiku that spent billions? I told you earlier, these are the same people. They are masquerade in different costume, and they are the same thing. They can sing. They're a bird that can sing different tune. They're just the same people. So our own political activity is totally different. So this nonsensical argument that always come from obedient, he supported Buhari to power. It's just totally, we know what you guys are doing, but we don't care about that. So we know you just a part of that propaganda, lies, and misinformation that your group is known for. And the truth is coming out. The party that you people join, we have seen what is happening in that party. Everybody exposing each other. They are all lying. They are taking each other to court. So how are you different to APC and PDP taking themselves to court? But Sowore, they came, the government tried to hijack it. It's the government, Buhari government. But he fought and took his party back. He fought hard. That is where you know a person that can really fight for you. He never give up. So don't let us have conversation on that. Let me just leave that. Let me move on. So Sowore has done his own. It's left for Nigerian people, the poor people, the youth. If you think Nigerian is okay, it's good for you.
Let me play you this clip. Let me play you this clip. So that was Sowore celebrating Buhari. That was Sowore.
Where did you? How does that show? Did you see?
That was Sowore celebrating Buhari victory now.
Hold on. Did you hear a speech from him saying APC or chant the president, vote for Buhari?
Everybody was chanting APC and raising his hands up now.
One man, you should stop this. You should not be part of this nonsensical thing that these people do. It is ridiculous. You can't be part of them. You can't be part of this propaganda. You know that Sowore never stand for APC. Yes, he fought against Jonathan government. How does that translate that he supported APC? I mean, we cannot be doing this.
In that clip, we saw Sowore celebrating with the APC supporters.
It is the people. He's not celebrating with.
They were chanting APC.
When people shout APC, did you see him carrying APC? Did he vote for APC or did you see him campaign for APC? Did you see him campaign for APC?
So why was he celebrating their victory with them?
It is not. Well, look. This is the guy they knew was in the front fighting against Jonathan. And when Jonathan was brought down, now you see people jumping from every quarter, people from
And
APC.
when Buhari came in, he rejoiced, and they were
Where did you
celebrating him
see him?
as a hero.
Have you ever seen him go to? Did you ever see him go and meet Buhari to shake his hand
We
and do
saw him
anything?
rejoicing with Buhari supporters there.
One man, hold on.
Stop this, man.
Hold on. If you look at the context there, he's doing. He has a lanyard on his neck, as probably as an election observer, or maybe as a journalist doing his work.
Oh yes, thank you, Rational Mind.
So
he covered that. Okay, yes, that Rational Mind. Continue.
So that was that context there, because he was, like he said, he was everywhere, making sure that the results were just the true result of that election. That's what he said. So if people look at him as, because of his stance of...
They were celebrating APC. You saw the clip now.
Fine.
They were celebrating. He was cheering. Was he cheering along? Was he cheering along?
He didn't cheer. He was smiling. He was playing along with them. You see, one man.
He was in the mood of that celebration.
Hold on, one man. This guy himself has said it many times, that Buhari rode on his back. APC rode on his back because of his works. That he wants to see Jonathan take out of that place, because he felt Jonathan, like all of us felt Jonathan was incompetent because of his gross incompetence during that time. Looking back now, I think some of us were wrong. We would have even wished Jonathan to even remain there, that these idiots, these two past idiots that have been there. So my point is this: there's a
lot of people supported Buhari at that time, but then it proved to be a wrong decision.
You said what?
A lot of people supported Buhari to replace Jonathan at that time, but after Buhari got demythified when he came in, because I didn't think it was going to be any good, but a lot of people thought that because he was a strict disciplinarian, a Spartan man,
we all thought that,
so they all thought that. And Sowore was swept along with that as well. And you could see that he was in the celebratory mood of that victory.
He wasn't celebrating now. He was only just... I understand. You see more. That's why I say, you go and dig anything just to support this narrative. But you see, like I said, himself admitted, he said, Buhari rode on his back. So people will run without that statement that, you see, it means that he worked with Buhari. Because his work, the work he did was what really contributed to Jonathan's downfall, because he reported Jonathan's crap and all this the corruption and all those things that was going on during Jonathan. That was what Nigerians saw, and they voted APC. I, for one, I never voted, but I gave my tacit support for Buhari, not just APC, but Buhari. Not because of the actual Tinubu was part of the whole game, but it was because of Buhari, because I lived when Buhari was ahead of state, and I saw what he did. But looking back, we know who was really dead. It wasn't him. It was Adi. Well, let me not bore you with that story. But my point is that it's easy for you to bring this and use this as an example. Yes, he was caught in the euphoria. He was caught in the midst of those APC supporters. Many Nigerians that voted Buhari back then. They were not all APC people, but it was just the euphoria of, we want to see this guy out of that place. That makes everybody, seems like everybody become a Akpabio, or become become a Buharist back then. So one man, he himself has said it many times, said he never worked for them, but they rode on his back, which if you understand what that statement means, it means a lot. So you can translate it however you want, but he has said it that yes, he never worked for them. I leave it at that one, man.
You see, people can be so disingenuous, particularly all this obedience, that a lot of them are just the politics they play is just a politics of how do I even describe it? A politics of follow politics. You just follow one man, one person, whether it's right or wrong. You just continue to follow. Who brought Jonathan to power? Is it not the same of this Sowore? What was he doing? What did he do for Jonathan to get to power? Did he not fight for Jonathan? So they forgot all of that. They were not saying anything about that. When he was fighting for Jonathan, that look, he was making publication after publication that Yaradua is dead. I mean, was dead. He brought to the notice of everybody that Yaradua was no more responding to treatment. He was on life support. And such a person cannot continue to hold on to power. Power should be transferred to Jonathan. When he was doing that, then Sowore did not support Jonathan. But now, when he did it against Jonathan, when Jonathan unleashed corruption and he started making publication, why is your petroleum minister under Jonathan? Why can't he come to Nigeria? Why is he in abroad? They seize all her property. If she did steal no money, why can't she come and stand trial? Face the trial here. I mean, I don't know what is wrong with you people. It can be very shameful sometimes that we want to continue chasing the shadow, chasing shadow, and you will chase, and you will never get anything. That is what you people like to do. Because Jonathan was in a party that favored you, your corrupt practices then, all those corruption that you people were doing together, it was okay. Or maybe because Jonathan government favor your own region. Then you will hear from every Southeast person talking all this garbage against Sowore because Jonathan government favor their own side of Nigeria. All those corrupt people. What did they do for their own people? What did they do to develop Igbo land? And even the South. Are we not talking about Tinubu today? What has Tinubu done to benefit Yoruba people? But you get fixated to these nonsensical people and you want to use them, you want to continue to support them and rubbish another person that never even tasted, never even had any position, never sat in any government position, but rather fight for the interests of Nigerian people. You want to rubbish him all the time. You guys should have to go and sit down and think. Go and think for your future. Sowore is not your problem. The people, your politicians are your problem. Stand up against them. It is not Sowore. Let me leave it there. One man. Let me go to Iran so that I can yield to another person. Look.
If you give us a short commentary on that so that we can go to Rational Mind.
Yeah. So what Iran has done today is just to show to Israel that you cannot carry out attack on their own land and get away free with it and think that there's not going to be consequence for it. Remember that the Hamas leader was killed in Iran by the Israeli. So, and the leader of Hezbollah group that is being funded by Hezbollah, that is being funded, being supported militarily and everything by Iran. They just killed him some few days ago. So the attack is just in response to that and to send a signal to Israel that, look, yes, you can do it against Lebanon, you can do it against the defenseless Gaza or West Bank people, but Iran, they have the capability and the capacity to fight back and to hit you hard. So I hope it's not going to lead to regional conflict. And I hope United States will play a middleman role now, not to allow that to happen by talking to Israel, by doing everything for Israel not to attack Iran, because Iran said they're ready for Israel. And it looks like U.S. might join Israel because U.S. is making statement. The president makes it, defense minister, defense secretary said they will Iran.
Do you think the United States can commit to that so late into electioneering? So what are we? We're in October now. You have an election in November. Are they going to commit to something that another administration has not taken a policy position on? Is this not the best time for the Iranians to go after Israel?
Well, one man, I think, Iran is making their own calculation as well. And that is why they carry out the attack today. They want to draw the United States into the conflict, and drawing United States to the conflict. If United States should attack Iran, the price of oil that could destroy the oil flow. International oil market will suffer a hit. The price of oil will go up. And when the price of oil go up, the economy around the world will suffer it. The United States people will suffer it. And that will, people will carry anger of cost of living that is already high to vote for Trump. So, Iran, I believe that they have to do what they did so that they will not look at them. Israel will not look at them as just a dog that can only bark but cannot fight. So they're showing capacity that yes, they can fight and they can hit hard inside Israel, and they hit some military bases. They hit some of their military installation and some of their air base. So that's to say that in a wider conflict, they are not safe. Even the Iron Dome that they rely on that can, take down a missile is not that too effective. So, and what they did, they didn't hit civilian target, but military target. So if we turn to wider conflict, so what we are seeing happening in Gaza and in Lebanon, where Israel is hitting civilian target, could be what we'll be seeing in Israel. And the Israeli will stand up against Netanyahu, because it's Netanyahu that have brought them into this unnecessary conflict that should have been resolved peacefully. And it's they wouldn't have got into this situation where they find themselves today. Israeli economy is suffering badly now. They've been downgraded by rating companies, organizations, this Moody or Fitch. They've been downgraded 4 times this year. Investors are moving out of the country. They're divesting their investment because it's looking very unsafe place. So, and the tech, their specialty in tech it's all those organizations they have that are running this tech company. They are running away from that company, from that country. They are not doing good economically. So, and they never fought a long war like this before. So Israel is not this situation is not going good for Israel economically, and the more the war is allowed to prolong, the more they will suffer economically. So I think United States should maybe they will talk to Iran, talk to Israel. Hey, guys, stop this thing. We don't want a wider conflict here. This wider conflict could spread to what we don't know. So United States have a big role to play. Russian Prime Minister went to Iran yesterday. We don't know what they're trying to do. They've already supplied, Iran a defense system too that they call S-400. It's effective too. So, and what you so
Did you see that clip? I have to. If anybody has it, please send it to me. I'm not sure if somebody sent it to me or not. There was some meeting. Maybe this would have been at the United Nations, whatever. That the Russian president Putin he walked past Netanyahu to go and greet was it Macron and then Prince Charles, and then he sat right next to Netanyahu and continued to ignore him, and he pivoted his face in the direction of the French president and continued conversation. He never acknowledged him at all.
You mean Putin?
Yeah, Putin. Yes,
I think I've seen that clip.
Yes,
he ignored King of England.
No, he didn't ignore the king. He ignored the president of Israel. He greeted the king of England.
He greeted
the king of England, Charles. He was sat next to Macron, and he greeted the two of them, and then went on to engage them. And to his right was Netanyahu, completely blanked him.
Oh, okay. The one I saw, I think I know I saw one recently that he ignored somebody. I was thinking maybe it was
no, it was yeah. Sorry, carry on.
Okay, rational mind finish. Okay, all right.
I'm done. Yeah, go on.
Okay, so I think they have to do something about if they allow it to escalate. We don't know what will come out of it. It could affect the price of oil. It will definitely affect the price of oil, and we will all suffer it. And right now in the United States, we can't do it. The dock workers are just embarked on strike nationwide in the United States. That will affect the supply chain. And according to their estimate, the United States will be losing about $5 billion every day for the strike of these workers. $5 billion every day. So when these people are on strike, and then we start another war in the Middle East, and the price of petrol go up, it's going to be good for Nigeria. It's only that Nigeria is a country that have not developed a capacity. It cannot. It's not even meeting our quota. That little quota 1.8, they are around 1.3 or 1.2, 1.3. This is the time for oil producing country, we make a lot of money. So, but we, the United States, in Europe, we suffer the heat very, very bad. And the economy around the world we know is struggling. That will further, make it worse. So I hope something can be done. So, one man, let me leave it there. So,
all right. All right, thank you. Rational Mind, you're up next. Rational Mind. So we're talking about the Independence Day celebration. We're somewhat pivoting to the Iranian, Israeli, Hezbollah, Palestinian. What is looking like the shapings, the makings of World War III. They've been saying that phraseology has been in circulation for a long time, maybe this is when you come to birth. Tinubu confers national honors on Akpabio, Kekere Ekun. So I was wondering what justifies that, especially Kekere Ekun. So and the Sowore'S protest as well. So we're wrapping conversations around that.
Like yourself, when you say Kekere Ekun.
Kekere Ekun, Kekere Ekun.
Kekere Ekun, Ekuni.
Ṣé ekun ni àbí ẹkùn? What do you go your AI? If there was anybody that can browbeat, all right. Okay, láti ṣẹ̀fẹ̀ àbí? Okay,
yeah, exactly. So anyway, yeah, woman, thanks everybody. I know I've already jumped in before saying hello to our listeners across the globe. Yeah, we appreciate you all, especially those people who who try to shut down those naysayers here on this platform who wants to shut me down. Big thumbs up to all of you. Yeah, that came to my rescue. Anyway, yeah, so you see, I think Yaliko said so many things I wanted to say. To just be needless trying to do a revision of what he has said. You see, when we say this guy is just is bereft of idea. He doesn't know what he's doing. He just want to be a president. That's just what he cares. And you know, I know he must have. I can imagine. Sometimes I just sit down. But today, when I was watching, when he was doing that parade, he was parading, and the army, is it the march parade or whatever they call it? I kind of like sat down when I was looking at it. I was like, I mean, this guy. Maybe when he saw Abacha, he saw the lives of Obasanjo and all those previous presidents that were inspecting guards of honor and all of that. He must have been wondering that, Joko, no, one day, someday, me too, I'll become like this. And I was just looking at him and now here is this guy, you know, and he's inspecting guards of honor and he's the president. And it reminds me of one of the pictures I saw of Obasanjo when he was doing that. You know, Obasanjo he has this posture. This statesmanly posture, especially when he was a younger man. Even when he became a president in 1999, he has that statesman's like posture, and I see that in Tinubu today, kind of when he was expecting that guards of honor. I was just like imagining he must have been wondering that someday me too I'll become like this. So yeah, you are Abacha. You look at you are walking in front of guards of honor. Someday so I finally realized it. So anyway, yeah. So well, that's he has eventually realized it's he once said that, and I said it has been my lifelong ambition to be president. So he has realized it. But then the question is, what has he done with it so far? I know you guys were not here yesterday. I was surprised hearing Kulata of all people, the Akpabio economist here, you know, analyzing and showing that he has totally has lost hope in Tinubu. I don't know what he's going to do when almost 2 years of his administration is just fumbling and he's not getting anything right. And all those people working with him doesn't seem like those so-called people that they call those people that helped him when he was governor of Lagos. Who I don't even know up to this very day. I don't even know what they did. I don't know when people say he built Lagos. I don't know what the crap they're talking about. So then here we go. Here they are with him now. What's his name? The finance guy, the one in CBN, all of them. They're all there. Murio Konla, all of them, they're all there in Aso Rock. But maybe the only person I can say is missing in action will be maybe Fashola. So, but then still, at least he has almost like 70% of those people who work with him when he was governor. They are there with him. But yeah, see, here we go. See, so it's not it's because I get them before doesn't mean I say I always get them. It's not as if he ever had anything said to even show for anything. But you know, people like you, woman, and other people, and those Akpabio and other influencers online, they buy them to promote Tinubu and blow him up than who he is. So for me, it's just what I just saw today was just a man who is bereft of idea. And this way that he talks sometimes, it just bewilders me here. Like, kidding about my intent. So then, I mean, what's this guy? What are these guys' speech writers? the speech is so bland to the hearing. It's just like, Kinney, what is new this guy is telling us? There's nothing new there. You were telling me, he says, hey, I'm going to kill Ati. What have we not heard before from this guy about defeating the terrorists? They defeated the Boko Haram, they decimated them, and yet we still see.
Do you acknowledge progress has been made in security
Well, I would
compared
say,
to what we had under
you
Buhari?
see, woman, I would say, yeah, I would admit that maybe because you see why okay, let me not say I will admit it. I won't admit it. Let me take it back. I want to admit it, but you see, it's just propaganda with this administration. Never seen in the history of that country. Not even, in fact, evil genius at the one that died there, Abacha. They will be learning where Tinubu is when it comes to propaganda. They will be learning from this guy. This guy is a cheap propagandist. Like let me quote Elisha Abo of Padamawa State Senator. You see, it just makes me begs the question to ask. It begs the question, like, what's going on? I mean, can we believe? Because really, I must say to you, I've not really seen videos that we used to see under Buhari. Today, this killing here and there, and this, yeah. But maybe because, like I'm trying to say, is that virtually every of this media house in Nigeria now, they're just pandering to APC and to this Tinubu and his APC. They rarely fact check them. They rarely even talk about anything about them because of people like Kulata and Baba and all of them here that comes here when we want to talk, and this Simba guy and what's Remy, when we want to talk, they want to shut us down. Like, oh, don't say it, baby, like your country, that kind of a thing. Because when people try to like point the crap these people are doing, hey, you don't like Nigeria, you're not patriotic. They use all this their language and all this their Agbado language just to make us feel like we hate this guy, we don't like him, we are not patriotic, and all those kind of crap. I think that's the reason why a lot of people are just becoming so worn down. They don't want to report anything anymore. I'm not saying they should not do their work. They should do their work, but it's just the way these Agbado people and everything, APC, they've kind of look at how they're arresting them. They're even arresting journalists that are reporting, doing their work. A lot of them are they are being locked up. So there's this fear in that country, this apprehension of if you say anything now, then either they go label you as a Biafran sympathizer or Moibo, this kind of a thing, or they will label you as you're not a Yoruba person, you hate Tinubu. So maybe that's the reason why a lot of people are not reporting this thing anymore. Because the Tinubu minions online and everywhere, all these trolls and all of that. So that's why I said I want to believe that, because we do see even when other things.
Do you remember the Owo massacre?
Yeah, I did.
Do you remember a time where even Lagos Ibadan Expressway they were kidnapping people, the Fulanis?
I bet. Recently, I saw on the you see that don't let me go too far. Even when we're seeing videos online that were leaking online out, the mayhem, this terrorists and these guys are unleashing on our people. You hardly even see any of the regular media station in Nigeria report anything about it. So am I surprised now that even this cheap propagandist is there? He has managed to silence everybody in that country, silence all the media houses in that country. Is it now that you're going to even report anything?
He has silenced Rufai Oseni and Ruben Abati.
I beg you. I mean, woman, you see, forget it. I don't want to start talking. Let me not go because I don't want to take much time. My point is that I want to admit it that yes, I have not had the kind of hula labu or whatever they call it that we used to hear under Buhari and at the beginning of this guy's beginning of his own administration too. Could that be that they're merely making success there? Could it be that they like you said, they killed that one of those terrorist guy in Zapara State? Is it true that they've really done that?
Even Bello Toje has come out to say he's ready to surrender.
Yeah, I think I saw that too. So could it be all this? Could it be one of part of their propaganda? We don't know. So is it like that's why I say I don't like to come here and sing kumbaya of those people. I want to really see the proof of it first. When I have that concrete proof that yes, what I hear them said is what is being done. Then for their progress, okay, I can give them a pass on that. That yes, you are. you guys did a good job here. But coming tell him because he said it, I should therefore just believe it and come here and champion that. No, I'll not do that. Because when you've disappointed me in something and you failed me, and I've seen you do that, a pattern with you on that, I find it very difficult to want to believe. Want to trust you for any other thing again, apart from what I've seen with you. Even though when you're doing what you go, it takes me time to really trust you. So with Tinubu and all these Akpabios, them, I can't trust them for anything. So on that, I wouldn't want to say yes, there's any improvement there, because still I see here people say they still have this fear of traveling within Nigeria on the roads. But let's just leave that woman. Maybe they do. If they've done anything good there, I must say yes, that's a good. But I just see this lullness, this sudden quiet, in that insecurity. So why are our farmers not back in farm? Why are they not mass producing food? Why is that?
But they are back in the farms, is what they are saying.
They are back in farm. So why is the food prices still up? So that's the question we should be asking. So why is that? Why is this still? There's inflation, hyper inflation when it comes to food in that country. So that's a question we should be asking. So if really they've already done what they're supposed to do, so why are they still? So that's why I said, look at what they say and look at what is really happening. So you try to make sense with that. That's why people like me, I'll always be this skeptic of whatever they say they have done. So on that, you see, for me, there's not much for me to, because I've written Tinubu off. I've said it goes in my back room there, because not just because of some of this is going to be of his own doing. Some of it is because of what that country, that state called Nigeria, that country, how it's set up. Even though you bring God himself down to come and work with the same kind of people that live in that contraption, same kind of leaders, because God is not going to do everything by himself. If he sends you, go and be governor there, you go and be governor here. If those people are corrupt, how is God himself going to affect the life of the common man to turn their life around? Because invariably, it's not going to do just magic like that. He will use humans like you and I. And if these humans are corrupt, how is it going to, like some of you were making case when you were arguing with this guy earlier? What's his name? Our friend Kekere. No, I understand his own position, but I can understand that the narrative that these Akpabio people are now throwing outside there is that, oh, you cannot blame Tinubu after all, he has given them money. Yes, he has given them money. Yeah, right. So what is it doing to make sure that the impact of what he's doing is felt? At the end of the day, when he fails now, after he leaves there now, they'll say, after all, he did his best now. So what were you people when he was telling people to go and meet the governors that he has given them money? Why did you people go and meet them and go and challenge them? Now you're like, I'm now dead now. I'm out of that. I've done my 8 years. Now you're saying I did worse. That's the narrative, because I know that's how they start this narrative. And at the end of the day, they will just exonerate him of all the whole shenanigans crap that he failed to do while he was in office. Now they are making excuses for Bubu today. So my point is this, woman, is that if really the guy is really ready to work, look at the speed at which he passes some bills. Look at the influence, not even the rubber stamp National Assembly that we have, the Senate and the House of Rep, that are rubber stamp, that are all the pandering to him. What does it take him? Say, look, guys, I want you guys to all sit down and take off this, strip all these governors, strip them of their immunity. Then I will send the EFCC against all of them. And let us see if they will not all sit up. Why don't you tell the Senate that, okay, I want you guys to pass this regional governance system. I will be the president. Maybe after my 8 years, we'll ease it out, and then we'll gradually bring in that regional system. He can do it by fiat. Let me not say by fiat, but when I say by fiat, he has that influence over. After all, he has the rubber stamp as Speaker of the House. He has a rubber stamp as a Senate President that he just conferred. I don't know whether he's even deserving of that honor that he gave to him. But that's another, by the way. I think Yaliko did a very good job in explaining that aspect. For me, I just believe that these people are just a bunch of clowns. They're not ready to work for the people. Like I used to say here, I say here on your platform, I said, look, if all the sin that this guy has done, all the people he has killed, just to get there, continue maintaining. I'm good. So if all the what's it called, all the how am I trying to say now, that all the people he has killed or whatever, if the aim is that he wants to become president, he wants to. Like I said to you, I don't mind people doing little evil. No, that's a much evil to me. You have to. They killed what's his name? Williams. They killed him just so that APC could continue maintaining their hold on or Tinubu's dynasty continue having its hold on Lagos State.
Rational, what are you saying?
That what?
How do you know?
What am I saying now? Go on. What am I saying now? Tell me.
You come to Funshaw Williams now. Do you know who Funshaw Williams?
Ah, come on, dude. My getting my
my brother, go on.
Me back.
You have your name, I have my name. That's all right. Go on.
But you're interjecting me now. There's a reason why you're interjecting now, right? So
you see, I was actually going to make the same interjection, but I just decided to let it fly.
What's that interjection about? I don't understand what
who killed Funshaw Williams? I don't think the police ever.
Well, you can say that. Who killed Funshaw Williams, right? You can continue asking me that, because we know we will know who went. I was in Lagos then. I was in Lagos. I mean, I stayed there a little bit before I moved back here. I mean, I know what happened to Funshaw Williams. It was in the trust. It was in the middle of.
Did you inform the authorities?
You said what? You said what?
If you know, did you inform the authorities? Because I think that case is still open now. Did you inform the authorities if you know what happened to it?
When I say I know, I'm saying to you that it was during an election that Tinubu was glaring that he was going to lose the election. And
that's what my so Tinubu killed Funshaw Williams.
So use the word fire.
I'll answer your question like this. This is what Baba 90 said. I think they said maybe they never released that song. They said he sang that song maybe in one of these I don't know, one of those free let me know. So one of those songs he said he did that was never released. He says Uki Delegiwa. He says na Baba. If you put on Gida, now you sabi. So if you're asking me that question, I'll answer that question with this. Uki Funshaw Williams na Tinu. If you put on Boo, now you sabi. So that's how I will answer that question. So the point I'm trying to say is this: is that it was in the heat of an election that a real Lagosian, not Panda,
not
Panda, not the one that doesn't really look like okay. I mean, look at Tinubu. If you look at, I mean, we have somebody here that like somebody like Mr. Gomez, and I mean, these are names. When you talk of the Gomez, the Fernandez, the all those, those are the names. These are real true Lagosians. I mean, like who knows? I mean, let me not go there. So my point is that a true Lagosian, Funshaw Williams. I mean, they saw this. I mean, he was a PDP guy, and he was looking at this guy was going to win the election. Tinubu was going to lose Lagos. What did they do? They went and snubbed the life out of this guy. Maybe Tinubu did not die outrightly. It could be some of those minions that are working for him who felt that Taba lose a anyone here. Who knows? Maybe one of those Olu around there. Who knows? It could be any of them. It could be any of them. I mean, I've heard stories about in the past about how even MC Oluomo was fingered in the whole setup. I mean, I think I saw a clip somewhere where somebody was confessing that they knew people that did this. I mean, I don't want to go into all those conspiracies. Those are just conspiracies that I had then. I don't know how true it is. My point is this: is that it's glaring that they killed that guy just because they knew they were going to lose Lagos. Either Tinubu ordered it directly or not, but I know they did it for him, just so that they can maintain, they could continue having that dynasty in Lagos. But let's just leave that. Don't bog me down with that. So just answer that so that you don't ask me those questions again at that time. When I say what I say is because these are historical facts that are there out there. Because the guy would not have died, if not because of that election. He will still be alive here with us today. So let's just leave that. So my point is this: is that if all those things that they did for him or he did on himself, and other people that were killed or because that guy I know is a fetish guy. Whatever he has done, if all that thing he did was with the aim of wanting to help the Nigerian people, what I mean by Nigerian people, I mean the masses. Because all the posture that he has carried over the years is that I'm people's person. He say, oh, I fight, or I was in the trenches, I was with Nadeko, we were fighting for the democracy of Nigeria. We want to see a better Nigeria. All those things. Look at all the when Jonathan was trying to increase he was, oh, we're fighting for you poor people. Yes, they should not do that. It's It's slavery. How can they just jack up the price? I mean, we thought this guy was meant well. He meant all this thing for the people of Nigeria. But he got there. Look at what he's doing. He was just feeding his own pocket fat. His children, look at how well all of them are. Look at his son-in-law. He's just doing everything just for himself and his cronies. He's not working for the people of Nigeria. So that is why I said this guy, I can never forgive him. Because I thought if he had done all these things just to work for the people of Nigeria, I can forgive whatever he has done in the past. Because sometimes you might need to do evil sometimes. Sometimes maybe not really to, maybe even bigger evil, just to accomplish some good. But apparently this guy is not so. It's just another fake who just rolled on those things just to sell himself back then and make himself a people's person, but it's not a people's person. So, woman, let me not bog me down with all this. So the thing is this independence, there's nothing to celebrate about it. Because you can just go see the Nigerian people, they're all complaining.
All right. There is one person that agrees with you that there's nothing to celebrate there, and his name is Omoyele Sowore. So he tried to, because of course he wasn't in town for the first protest, so he tried to recreate it. So what did you make of Sowore'S outing today? One, was it necessary? Was it too soon? What level of success would you attribute to it?
Well, I think I'll see a measure of success there. There's a measure of success because the crowds came out. Maybe not really crowds in your own estimation, but to me, I think there's success there.
5 people came out.
No, not 5. No, you see the one in Abuja and the one in Lagos. You see that people come. I mean, not even the street procession that they had. A lot of people bystanders were there looking at them, and they were passing out the message to them. You see, the thing is this: it's like it's easy for us to come here and say, "Oh, he's just chasing clout." Maybe that's what he's chasing, but then I might disagree with him on the way and manner in which he wants to realize this better Nigeria. Because I just think if he continues this way, because the people who he's fighting against, they are real criminals. They've done a complete total state capture of that state, of that country called Nigeria. And the people that would have really fastened the demise of this criminals.
Rational mind, one man, sorry.
People of Nigeria. You say what?
Rational mind. Is that the new connotation in your WhatsApp group, state capture? Because Ekene came the other time, he said state capture. You two, you are saying the same thing now. Is that the same acronyms in your?
Ekene does not need to say it. It's something that it's what we are saying playing out before our very eyes.
No, that's Peter Obi's language. He says that a lot. Does he say that a lot?
Woman, you know me very well. There are certain languages I've used here. Not even long before I even know Peter Obi is going to even ever contest. Long before I even know any other politician in Nigeria is going to ever contest. I mean, you and I have known each other now on this platform here for over 3 years now, even more than that. And there are certain languages I've used here. I didn't learn those languages from anybody. I'm somebody who will read widely when I have the time, and I have good grasp of English. So I mean, don't give me that. I mean, I'm well. I mean, I'm not trying to promote myself. I mean, my own little way. I'm read. So I mean, I know what a state capture is.
What do you mean you are well read? Have you read Eze Goes to School? Have you read Eze Goes to School?
One man. I wanted to say well. I said, but I said I'm read. Is that what I said? I took it back. You notice? So I don't want to.
Let me show you something actually. How long do you think this platform has been going? This live streaming.
You mean this very present one?
No. Just the platform, the streaming, the live streaming.
I think I started joining you here. So I think towards that time of the lockdown proper. That was when I think that was in 2020. I guess. Yeah, 2020. I'm sure.
2020.
Yeah, that's when I think I joined your platform.
I think it may be later than that.
Or maybe probably possibly too.
So I was chatting with Rudolph. I think was it yesterday or the day before, and then it was saying to me that his space had been going for 3 years, and I wondered how long we have been going. And then I went to check. Do you know how long we have been going?
How long?
It's around about 3 years and a bit.
Oh,
can you see on your screen?
I can see, yeah.
That's wow. You can see 3 years. That's me doing testing just 3 years ago. Just over 3. Can you see? I had rosy cheeks then. God, you know, you know, I thought we had been going for longer, but we are just actually a bit 3 years. You know, it's
okay. Maybe I joined in 2021, but I know it was towards that time that we had that lockdown, and people were just like, we're all just so mad about the Fulanis and every time we come here and just come here and use yes,
yes, you know, we used
as a
to
therapy for us, as a therapy session for us to vent our anger, you know. So anyway, woman. So for me, I just believe to show that in conclusion, for me, like I said, I disagree with him on the way and manner in which he's going about it. Omakwembe, we continue this aluta that he's doing every time. These people are criminals. They, like I was trying to use the word state capture. They captured the whole state. Even the Nigerian people that could really have kind of like make it a little easier for them to realize that revolution. The Nigerians are not ready. Yeah, the same people that will be hating on you. File, I like a bed. Should be for more money. Like one Ajalekoko will be saying at the beginning of when this guy in the actual rock there that became president. Ọmọ wa lè ṣe jíbẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ká gbé sí ìdí ọmọ lẹ̀ mí ká gbé lẹ̀kẹ̀ sí ìdí ọmọ lẹ̀ mí ẹ ṣáà di gbé lẹ̀kẹ̀ sí ìdí ẹ̀ báyìí kí ló ń ṣe fún yín ṣé kò ti ṣóyin pẹ́pẹ́ kò ti ṣóyin pẹ́pẹ́ ẹ̀ sí.
Ohun tún Nàìjíríà ṣe ni náà.
Ohun tún ṣe indeed.
Bí Nàìjíríà ṣe bàgẹ́ gbogbo wa lò lọ́wọ́ ń bẹ.
Mi ò bá yín lọ́wọ́ ń bẹ̀ bóyá ti Buhari mo lè bá yín lọ́wọ́ ní ti Buhari náà tẹ̀lé yìí. So see, one man. Yeah. Let me just. Well, I would say I must commend him for what he did today, but there's still much more. There's still much more more hurdles to overcome. Yeah. Quickly on this Iran stuff.
Yes, give us a little flavor on Iran. But on your way to giving us to a flavor on Iran, let me hand over to Thomas. Right. So that's Ayo right there, the super chatter. Of course, Ayo always super chat. Fourth, who has been super chatting? That's one of your backers from that session right there. Yeah. So that's fourth right there. Who showing some consistency. So I appreciate you guys. Keep it up. Let me hand over to Thomas. I'm not quite sure how much legs he's got left. If anybody wants the session to carry on, then you have to hop on. So thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
So, Thomas,
yes, yeah.
Let me just say this. You see the Israel conflict, and I think it's a wrong timing, like Ajali Koko said. We'll see how that plays out because I know nobody wants to jump in. I don't think Kamala Harris wants to jump in right now. I don't think what's his name? Trump too wants to jump in because he's a friend to Putin, and if he does supply Israel, if America does supply Israel, I don't know. I'm yet to see how Trump is going to handle that part if he ever becomes president.
But rational mind, America has always been with Israel.
Of course, yeah. And I'm saying they will supply them arm, and maybe I don't think they'll put I don't think they're going to put any boots on ground for the United States for Israel. They only supply them the weaponry that they will need to prosecute that war. But the question is this: that I don't know how much of readiness that Iran is when it comes to this war, but they've been making mouths. I think I watched a clip today where Netanyahu addressed the people of Iran. I think the guy speaks. I know he speaks many other languages. I think he speaks about 5 different languages.
He even speaks English fluently as well.
Oh, of course he does. What I'm saying, he speaks other language. He speaks French. He speaks Spanish. He speaks Hebrew and what other languages I want. So only other international language. I think he speaks Farsi. The Iranian language, I think it's Farsi, and then Farsi. I think it speaks a little bit, or if it speaks that. But anyway, so my point is that I see this war dragging in the United States. For any of these presidential candidates right now, they have to pause. So in trying to pause, and I know they will still. I mean, Biden can still give some, even though he's a lame duck president, he might still want to give them some kind of weaponry, but not at the level of what they will really need. If really Iran is prepared, like they said, they are prepared to fight Israel this time around. And like Jalekoko said, that they supply them some kind of missile defense system, Iron Dome of their own from Russia. So that would drag. I don't think Israel wants to, because Israel will not survive it if the United States does not give them weaponry. I don't think they can stand Iran on that, because they will overwhelm their system. So that's what they will need. They will need Israel. I mean, they will need the United States to come in at some point. And but then I don't know any of these presidential candidates if they want to do that. I know what's his name? Kamala Harris has said that he is for two-state solution. Israel should have the right to exist side by side with the Palestinian. And but I know Trump is on his no. Israel should have the whole place to themselves. They should subjugate the other hostile nations like Lebanon and.
But rational mind, we are still dealing with Russia and Ukraine. These people want to start another
So
one.
you see now. So it's that's why I think they need to be calculated, because the war right now cannot afford to fight. Going to world war. I know some people have been predicting that we might go into another kind of third world war, which I see that reality. It might happen, because it's going to be.
No, rational mind. No, it's not. We don't even talk. We shouldn't be talking about it. Rational mind. No,
I'm not talking about it. It's what is.
I understand what you mean, but it's not a good thing for us.
But it's staring at us in the face now. It is staring at us in the face that it might happen.
I know.
Because right now the world is just coming out of a pandemic, and most countries are still struggling to get their economy on a good footing. Now this whole thing is happening again. It's going to drag every other country, because everybody has to take a position. All the U.S. allies will have to align with the U.S. All the Russian allies will have to align with Russia, and then it starts a third world war. So. But if not, maybe it's going to be proxy war. They will be fighting a proxy war. America will be supplying Ukraine, supplying what's it called, Israel weaponry, so that they can fight the Russian. So it's going to be a kind of proxy war. So for me, we just have to see how this plays out. I think it's a bad timing for maybe the Iranians were calculative, and I know that United States, the U.S. Intelligence already they warned. Israel that because when I saw this, when I was it yesterday or this morning, I saw it that they said they were going to attack Israel, and they were warning Israel that look, they're going to launch missile into your territory, so be prepared. So but I think sometimes they communicate with the United States diplomatic intelligence through I think is it the Swiss or the Finland embassy in Tehran. So well, the point I'm trying to make here is this: it's a bad timing for Israel. I just hope they are prepared for Iran this time around, but they cannot do it alone. If the US does not help them, they will be overwhelmed. They cannot. I know the other one that Netanyahu is just making out, just boasting. I don't think they have the means, but we shall see how that goes. If really,
rational mind. Israel too. They have Iron Domes. Israel too have weapons.
They do, but
they have weapons.
They do.
They have weapons, though. But hey, my brother, war always scare me. The war in Ukraine and this guy and Russia, it scared me like I'm living there. Just imagine people living in that territory, how their life is being shattered, scattered.
In Ukraine now, the rate of divorce in Ukraine now is just skyrocketing.
Hello, sir. Please, General Thomas.
Yeah.
Good evening. Say Nigeria people are suffering more than Ukraine. Ukraine still supplying Nigeria corn, Akpabio.
Are you for real?
Yeah, for real. The people in Ukraine, they are still living better than people in Nigeria and Black Africa. Not even in Rwanda, all those kind fake road where they show. What did they show for Abuja? Black people are just too backward. That the people who people at war are the ones supply enough food. Now Tinubu'S relying on the grains from Ukraine. When I talk about African politics, about Africa backwardness, as we now celebrate independence of of debt, and then and then backwardness. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, rational mind. Rational mind. The
Yeah,
wars scare me like anything. No, scared
yeah.
me like
It is scary.
anything.
For the past few weekends now, like this past weekend, I was just binging on I've watched so many documentary on Hitler, the uh, the Second World War, how it all. I mean, I know the story, but I'm always fascinated about any um any documentary I see online. Even like all the one they have on Netflix. I say maybe they brought in a new one on Netflix. I finish everything on Netflix on Nazi and Second World War. And my fascination about it is just to understand, appreciate uh, the um, the life at that time, just to understand how difficult what people went through with war and all of that. When I come here, I denounce this bigotry that Tinubu and his criminals come here and spew here. That is how it began. When you hate them, you just hate.
But rational mind, all the war, general war, local war, civil war, everything we've partake in this life, people finally come to a round table and stop the war. So why can't we come to a round table and don't fight war?
Well, it's not as easy as that. You see that's Middle East issue, Palestine and Israel. It's I mean,
Rational mind. It just not the be minimum thing Israel since I was born. This war has been
for
there.
you to know that there are some like that's what I'm saying. You see, I hate to say this because I don't want to say this. Hitler did so many things against the Jews, and no doubt that was in his I think that book Mein Kampf. There was one book that Hitler that he wrote. There's an excerpt there that says that when he was rallying up the Germans against the Jews back then, he used all sorts of names to refer to them. He called them pestilence, he called them pests, he called them this. They will never go and look for their own place, go back to their own homeland. So that was what made the Israelis who went back and so-called people that call themselves Israelis to go and fight for that Palestinian land, and they got it from them. I think in 1946 or when was that they got that place back. So my point is this: is that you see this hatred. You know how hatred starts. It starts with those kind of things. When you label, you have this fixation on a particular group because you see them as a threat to you, because maybe they are prospering, they are making money, they are good in business. That's how Hitler was able to rally up the Germans against the Jews back then. But I see it's almost the same template that we're seeing playing out among, because do you know that the Israelis, they lost a president, was it Yitzhak Rabin? But they lost a president, they killed him. And a Zionist. Let me not trigger YouTube algorithm here on one. These Israeli zealots killed.
Yeah, the extremists. Yeah, they
Yeah,
can use that rabbit. Yeah,
they killed their
because
president, was it their prime minister?
yeah.
Just because he was hoping for a two-state solution, that he was going to allow the Palestinians to live side by side, to have their own state. So maybe we would have solved that thing would have been solved back then. That was why I said it's a very complex thing than what you're saying. It's very complex. It's very complex. They killed their own prime minister, who was about signing a peace deal whereby they will have two-state solution. Whereby, yeah, they killed him. Somebody, because he just hated him for that. So the point is, you see, it's not as easy as you're thinking, because anybody who wants to be the prime minister of Israel and wants to look for peace, you have to be very, very careful. But there's some diehard Israelis that doesn't want it. They just want, and it still boils down to this hatred for other people. Those people too, they hate them too. They just hate each other. That was why I come on this platform, I preach. I say, come, let us stop this crap of ethnicizing everything. And these people, Igbos, we hate them. They must lose their property in Lagos. This is how it began. That's how the Germans. Thomas, our listeners, go online, or if you have Netflix, go and watch all these documentary on what happened during that Second World War. Try and just appreciate what happened. I think some of you here, you will change your view as to this bigotry that some people come here and spew. It is ugly. It is very ugly that you hate people because it breeds a lot of things. I'm not that I don't have some element of bigotry in me, but I try to suppress it down because I know the consequence. I've seen it in history. Almost 4 million Jews were gassed. They were killed.
But the rational mind, you know that if you want to refer to that of Nigerian politics between Igbo and Yoruba, you know that rivalry is there. They want to show to who is superior. So, I said the rivalry that somebody must be
superior than each other.
Yeah. So that one is there. And then number two, you know that except we don't want to tell ourselves the truth. Some of these Igbos, when they say things like, Lagos,
no man's land.
Lagos is no man's land. That's an insult. You can't say that. That anger a lot of that. You know, it makes some people go crazy, wild. You know that. So it's not you can't tell me rational mind that Yoruba are tribal people. We are not, by nature, by our practice, by the way we do things. We are not tribal. You know, our tribal interest to carry to such an extent to hate other people. You know, we are not people like that. We are very accommodating, and we love other people from other tribes around us, and we protect them. You understand? It's one thing to look, but to love them or to have them around you. It's another thing to protect them, protect their interests, give them equal opportunity, like your own people. We are known for that. So it's we have to blame both sides. When some people come and say Lagos is known, or say Yoruba is this, it causes some anger in some people to, you know, who want to carry out some tribal jingoism against them too. You know, so you can continue.
All the things that I understand, but there's a different angle to this thing. The way you just said it. You see, like I said, there's context to everything. Now I need to go very soon. I think I have less than 1 minute. But let me just go and say this, Ajaneko. You see, this one that happened recently, it has nothing to do with, you see, this issue of rivalry, Lagos no be no man's land, it has always been there. But why at every election that you see APC, Tinubu and his bigots and his Ronukus, it is that time they will bring up this matter. Now election has finished now. Let's say Tinubu is not even in the play, or is any of his governors that he wants to become Lagos state governors are not in play. You will see we won't hear it anymore. But let elections start again. Maybe in Lagos or maybe now in federal. Now since it's in federal now, yeah, you start see that bigotry. Why?
But rational mind, don't you think something trigger them? Trigger it?
You see, the thing is this.
It's the question.
Thomas, only less than time.
That's all right. Yeah.
But maybe we should have this conversation some other time because I need to be somewhere now. I need to join some kind of somewhere. I need to be somewhere now. So
yeah, that's all right.
What I just say is this: there's more to this thing you guys just said than what you're just saying. It's just more to it. It's not just because they've been saying it. Man, yeah. Lagos are no man's land. We know, but these people they will play on that. You see, I can feel it. Thomas, we'll see tomorrow. Like go along.
Yes, no problem. Yeah, enjoy your evening. It's evening or morning or where you are.
Evening, it's evening here. Yeah.
It's evening. Yeah. It's 12 p.m. here. It's 12 p.m. Wednesday morning. Yeah, Wednesday afternoon.
Why
The
on
afternoon.
Tuesday? Why on Tuesday, me by?
You see, it's still on Tuesday. I know. Yeah. That's all right. Yeah. Thank you, Rational Mind. Yeah. Ajalego, who has not spoken, so we can go. We are just sitting here.
Everybody is around. So Tony is
Everybody be thorough.
spoken.
Yeah.
So you can shut
Maybe we
down the.
maybe we just call it a day.
Yeah, Moti
Thank you,
okay.
everyone.
Odaro. Good night.
Odaro. Yeah.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you,
I take over.
Ajalego. Yeah, Oluwalosho.
Uh-huh.
Thank you so much, everyone. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter B left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, now. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.
Ọbụnụ gịnị ka m na-achọzụnụ ịmana Chukwu akọzi iwomo o nyere m iwu nyelu ya ume. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, oh. He give me you. Ọbụnụ ka ife nlachacha so ọbụnụ ka ife mmechacha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah, I do go When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, Obuzi ki fe la chasha so. Obuni ki fe la chasha me, my baby, you know, say you go. Love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kin fe la chasha so. Obuzi ki fe mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you gon' love me.